Okay. Looks good to me. So what is it that we what is it we're going to be doing? You know something? We're just gonna find something to just let's do another react, I guess. But first, let me cut off this damn AC because I know I sound like probably crazy right now. AC, find a video, eat food, and then we're gonna go to the All right, so food's just about so down. Russia goes loomed over Ukraine peace summit. Takes 30 million on Star. Oh yeah, that was that Obama fundraiser. All right, what do we have? 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 20K launching. Our algorithms for this thing needs to like. They gotta give me something. Thought something was wrong for a second. Just like, hold on. Here we go. Trip. YouTube playables, list of games, no downloads. Oh, they got a adorable home. What? What in the hell is this? We'll come back to that. You know what? Let's talk. Jesus, this looks so suspicious. Why is it crazy? Let's try this. How do I do this again? Ah, yes, I turned this off. An actual speaker, and then I actually put headphones on, and then we would actually go ahead and eat. Man, am I hungry? Come on. Okay. All right. Yep. And that's
The Joe Rogan Experience.
okay. Yeah,
This Google
oh yeah. Okay.
engineer that has come out and said that he
hold
believes
on,
that.
hold on, hold on. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Whew. Keep this hat on though. All right, just washed my hair. Tried to lay down my beard. What does it look? How does it look? How does it look? No, not too bad. But all right, because I'm just getting started.
The Google AI sentient
We'll be
because it
over
says
here.
that it is sad, it says it's lonely, it starts
Let's see
communicating,
what he got going.
and you know,
Oh yeah, I forgot we can't do
Google is there. It seems like they're in a dilemma in that situation. First of all, if it is sentient, does it get rights?
Right.
Like, does it get days off?
Yep.
I had this conversation with my friend Duncan Trussell last night, and he was saying, imagine if you, if you have to give it rights.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does it get treated like a human being? Like, what is it?
Well, I'll make it even a step harder. What if you copy it?
Right.
Now you've got two of them.
Well, that was what I said to Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil was talking at one point in time about downloading consciousness into computers, and that he believes that inevitably will happen.
Right.
And my thought was like, well, what's going to stop someone from downloading themselves 1,000 times?
Yeah, of course. Right.
Well, some Donald Trump type character just wants 1 million Trumps out there, just out there doing speeches.
Yeah.
Like, what would stop that?
Yeah, exactly. So let's start with
Sounds
what this
fun.
actually is today, which is I think which is very interesting, not well understood, but very interesting. So what Google and this other company OpenAI that are doing these kind of text bots that have the been in the news. What they do, it's a program. It's an AI program. It's basically, it uses a form of math called linear algebra. It's a very well-known form of math, but it uses a very complex version of it. And then basically what they do is they've got complex math running on big computers. And then what they do is they have what they call training data. And so what they do is they basically slurp in a huge data set from somewhere in the world, and then they basically train the math against the data to try to kind of get it up to speed on how to interact and do things. The training data that they're using for these systems is all text on the internet. Right. So, and all text on the internet increasingly is a record of all human communication, right? That's
All the text on the internet.
all the text on the internet.
So how does it capture all this stuff?
Well, so Google's core business is to be is to do that, is to be the crawler. Famously, their mission: organize the world's information. They actually pull in all the text on the internet already to make their search engine work, and then that's
and then the AI just scans that.
And the AI basically uses that as a training set, right?
To learn how to interact.
And basically just basically chews through and processes it. It's a very complex process, but like chews through and processes it, and then the AI kind of gets a converged kind of view of like, okay, this is human language. This is what these people are talking about, and then it has all this statistical, when a human being says X, somebody else says Y or Z, or this would be a good thing to say or bad thing to say. For example, you can get you can detect emotional loading from text now. So you can kind of determine with the computer, you can kind of say this text reflects somebody who's happy because they're saying, oh, I'm having a great day, versus this text is like, I'm super mad, therefore it's upset. And so you could have the computer could get trained on, okay, if I say this thing, it's likely to.
And in order to be able to pull this off, it requires a very, very fine-tuned quality of data, because it's not so much that it finds these texts and then it just like, oh, this is what somebody says when this is what somebody says is that, right? It's all about how you tag that data. This sentence here, this is what somebody would say if they're happy. This is what somebody would say if they're upset but want to lie to somebody to make it seem like they're happy. Like you got all these different like subsets of like categorizations, right? That's where like data gets, that's where you get to the real meat and potatoes of data sets when we're talking about training AI, right? Because it's that quality of data is what like really matters. And a lot of times I think what they probably do is that they train AI to train AI. So like they train AI to be able to like categorize data. Like this is what, not everybody's doing this, but I'm sure a lot of them probably doing this because it's just, you just gotta think, right? Because like if you just fed the AI just the world's information, right, it wouldn't necessarily even know like what to really do about it, right? So like you gotta actually then like actually walk through what is it that is even processing, what is this for, what does this belong to? And so I think like they like, for example, like you train an AI system on human speech, like this is what somebody would say when they're happy, this is what somebody would say in a response to something, things like that. And then you have that AI process text data, and then you feed the processing of that to the actual other AI, right? That's then supposed to be more general encompassing. I think is like kind of like how you help simplify it, unless you want to go like the hard way of just taking raw data and then tagging it however you need to tag it and then give it to the AI and then do that for every single thing, you know what I'm saying? And then potentially have to go back, right? To go back to then recategorize, because then you know there's new categories to add the same data set to. Like it's just it's a hell of a lot.
Make humans happy. If I say this thing is likely to make humans sad. But here's the thing: it's all human generated text. It's all the conversations that we've all had, and so basically you load that into the computer, and then the computer is able to kind of simulate, right, somebody else having that conversation. But what happens is basically the computer is playing back what people say, right?
Right.
It's not nobody, no engineer. The guy who went through this and did the whistleblower thing, he even said he didn't look at the code. He's not in there like working on the code. Everybody who works in the code will tell you it's not alive, it's not conscious, it's not having original ideas. What it's doing is it's playing back to you things that it thinks that you want to hear based on all the things that everybody has already said to each other that it can get online. And in fact, there's all these ways you can kind of trick.
And that there lies the key. Until we get to a point where it can create, then you have something. And I think the closest you could probably come to that is technically like the image AIs, right? That learned all these images and then try to put together something that hasn't been made. Like it has a bunch of cat pictures, has a bunch of gun pictures, and it attempts to put them together, right? That's probably the closest you get. But as far as actual words, like actual phrases and sentences and whatnot, like it's only relying on what it's been fed. And so, like, it's very difficult to be able to distinguish between what it's been fed and what it's created. And technically, you could sit there and say, well, I mean, as long as you teach it the dictionary, just like all of us, like how we may create a phrase that we've never said before, then is that not the same thing that AI does? And so then it does not constitute it creating something? It's like, I mean, I guess sort of, but like the behavior in which it's doing it, right? It's all programmed, right? Because it was trained how this is, right? But then there's a lot of correlations or parallels between that and then how you as a human being have learned. So it's just, I don't, you know, as of right now, like, you know, it's a general consensus, right, that it obviously isn't alive and there is nothing that can really prove that it's alive. But it's just the behavior is just so hard to distinguish from like how human beings are alive and interact, that, you know, that's where you get your arguments at.
Break it into basic. Like, for example, you can have it. He has this example where he like has it where basically he said, you know, I want you to prove that you're alive, and then the computer did all this stuff to prove it's alive. You can do the reverse. You can say, I want you to prove that you're not alive, and the computer will happily prove that it's not alive. And it'll give you all these arguments as to why it's not actually alive. And of course, it's because the computer has no view on whether it's alive or not.
But it seems like this is all very weird.
Yes.
And for sure, we're in the fog of life. If it's not life, it's in this weird fog of like what makes a person a person. Like what makes an intelligent, thinking human being that knows how to communicate able to respond and answer questions? Well, it does it through cultural context. It does it through understanding language and having been around enough people that have communicated in a certain way that it emulates that.
Right. Yeah. So this is the real question. So this is where I was headed. The real question is, what does it mean for a person to think?
Right.
Like that's the real question. And so let's talk about. There's something called the Turing test, right? Which is a little bit more famous now because the movie they made about Alan Turing. So the Turing test, basically, in its simplified form, the Turing test is basically you're sitting in a computer terminal, you're typing in questions, and then the answers are showing up on the screen. There's a 50% chance you're talking to a person sitting in another room who's typing the responses back. There's a 50% chance you're talking to a machine. You don't know, right? You're the subject. And you can ask the entity on the other end of the connection any number of questions, right? He or she or it will give you any number of answers. At the end, you have to make the judgment as to whether you're talking to a person or talking to a machine. The theory of the Turing test is when a computer can convince a person that it's a person, then it will have achieved artificial intelligence, right? Then it will be as smart as a person. But that begs the question of like, okay, like how easy are we to trick?
Right.
Right. Like, and in fact, and so actually, it turns out what's happened. This is actually true. What's happened is actually there have been chatbots that have been fooling people in the Turing test now for several years. The easiest way to do it is with a sex chatbot.
Because they're the most gullible when it comes to sex.
Specifically to men.
Of course.
Of
I
course.
bet women are like way less gullible.
Women probably fall for it a lot less, but men, like you get a man on there with a sex chatbot, like the man will convince himself he's talking to a real woman like pretty easily, even when he's not.
Right.
And so just think of this as a slightly more, you could think about this as a somewhat more advanced version of that, which is, look, if it's an algorithm that's been optimized to trick people, basically, to convince people that it's real, it's going to pass the Turing test, even though it's not actually conscious, meaning it has no awareness, it has no desire, it has no regret, it has no fear, it has none of the hallmarks that we would associate with being a living being, like much less a conscious being. And so this is the twist, and this is where I think this guy at Google got kind of strung up a little bit, or held up. The computers are going to be able to trick people into thinking they're conscious, like way before they actually become conscious. And then there's just the other side of it, which is like we have no idea. We don't know how human consciousness works. Like we have no idea how the brain works. We have no idea how to we have no idea how to do any of this stuff on people. The most advanced form of medical science that understands consciousness is actually anesthesiology, because they know how to turn it off. Right? They know how to click, power off, and then they know how to power back on, which is also very important. But like they have no idea what's happening inside the black box, and we have no idea. Nobody has any idea. So this is a parallel line of technological development that's not actually recreating the human brain. It's doing something different. It's basically training computers on how to understand, process, and then reflect back the real world. It's very valuable work because it's going to make computers a lot more useful. For example, self-driving cars. This is the same kind of work that makes a self-driving car work.
Yeah.
Right? So this is very valuable work. It will create these programs that will be able to trick people very effectively. Right. And so there, for example, here's what I would be worried about, which is basically like what percentage of people that we follow on Twitter are even real people. Right.
Elon is trying to get to the bottom of that right now.
He's trying to get to the bottom of that, specifically on that issue from the business. But just also think more generally, which is like, okay, if you have a computer that's really good at writing tweets, if you have a computer that's really good at writing angry political tweets or writing whatever absurdist, humor or whatever it is, like, and by the way, maybe the computer is going to be better at doing that than a lot of people are. You could imagine a future internet in which most of the interesting content is actually getting created by machines. There's this new system, DALL-E, that's getting a lot of visibility now, which is this thing where you can type in any phrase and it'll create you computer-generated art. Right?
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
They've done some with me. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Chase Lepard, he's got a few of them that he put up on his Instagram. How does that work?
Yeah. So it's a very similar thing. So basically, what they do, and Google has one of these, and OpenAI has one of these. What they do is they pull in all of the images on the internet, right? So if you think of, if you go to Google Images or whatever, just do a search. On any topic, it'll give you thousands of images of you, whatever. And then basically they pull in all the images.
Yeah, that's me.
Exactly.
How bizarre.
Yeah, so that's
AI generated art.
So that's AI generated art. That's a different program. That's just basically doing sort of psychedelic art. The DALL-E ones are basically they're sort of composites, where they will give you basically it's almost like an artist that will give you many different drafts. Yeah,
that's another one of me.
Yeah.
So the first one go back to that, please. Yeah, you just had it up. It's what does it say? It said Joe Rogan facing the DMT realm, insanely detailed, intricate, hyper masculinist, dark, elegant, ornate, luxury, elite, horror, creepy, ominous, haunting, moody, dramatic, volumetric light, 8K render, 8K post, hyper details. So they say that, and then they enter all this stuff in, and this is what comes out.
And this is what comes out. Now,
holy shit!
Yes. Okay. So first of all, yes, it's incredible. Like that's amazing. It's an original work.
Prompts. That's why. Excuse me. All right, prompt. That's why there's actually. I don't know how much of it is now, but there was this like big thing on prompts, on like from a business perspective, like yeah, like these professional prompt trainers or whatever, where essentially you definitely had to understand and know like how to feed what prompts in what way in order to actually get the kind of outcomes you're looking for when we were talking like this AI stuff. And my God, was it was it crazy? Just all the different kinds of things that you can make if you can just get the prompts right. Excuse me. It's crazy. I just had all that food and I feel very, very, very unsatisfied. Cause it was really good. Like that food was really, really good. Am I going to control myself, or am I going to eat more? Or could I compromise? Maybe just have a shake instead. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna compromise and maybe have a shake instead. Cause I have another container of seafood of sushi that I really want to eat. It's already pretty late, or fairly late. I think I am going to do the shake thing instead. I'm just hungry, man. I don't understand it, like, bro. Like, I can't do it, man. Plus, we got to run tomorrow morning, right? So I'm not trying to waste my run tomorrow and trying to burn calories that I overly consumed the day prior. But what else? You'll fat. Oh, let's just keep going.
Of art that is exactly to the spec that.
Why'd they make my nose look like that? Doesn't really look like that, right?
Warning, don't believe.
But I don't know what I want to do.
Not today.
It's a little off. I would say if that was an artist, like, I think you got the nose wrong, and you made my jaw.
Well,
too
it's
big.
referencing these other artists. If you see at the end, it's actually
Yes.
it's referencing. So it's probably pulling in portraits, right, of other people from those artists and using it to do a
Wild.
composite thing, right?
But
Exactly.
the fact that it can make
Yeah.
art,
Now, but see what it's doing, right? So it's very impressive. I mean, the output's very impressive, and the fact that it can do that is impressive. But it's being told exactly what to do. Like,
Yes.
it didn't have the idea that it was going to do that. It was told. It's following instructions.
right?
Right. So it's not sitting there like a real artist dreaming up new artistic concepts.
Right, but here's the question: like, because you were saying this before, that it can trick people into thinking it's real. How do we know what is alive?
So
Like,
that,
but this is
yes,
the question: like,
that's
if
the
it
question.
can, like, what is a human consciousness interacting with another human consciousness?
Yep.
I mean, it is data.
Yep.
It is the understanding of the use of language, inflection, tone, the vernacular that's used in whatever region you're communicating with this person in to make it seem as authentic and normal as possible.
Right.
And you're doing this back and forth like a game of volleyball, right?
Yep.
This is what language is and a conversation is. If a computer's doing that,
Yep.
well, it doesn't have a memory. Well, but it does have memory. Well, it doesn't have emotions. Is that what we are?
I don't know.
Because if that's who we are, then that's all we are.
Well-
because the only difference is emotion and maybe biological needs, like the need for food, the need for sleep, the need for for touch and love and all the weird stuff that makes people,
Yeah.
the emotional stuff. But if you extract that,
Right.
the normal interactions that people have on a day-to-day basis, it's pretty similar.
Yeah. Well, so here would be the way to think about it. Is like, what's the difference between an animal and a person, right? Like, why do we grant people rights that we don't grant animals rights? And of course, that's a hot topic of debate
Yes.
because there are a lot of people who think animals should have more rights. But fundamentally, we do have this idea. We have this.
You know, this reminds me. Are they still doing that thing? You know, I remember seeing an article about it, but I remember it died. Horse sue owner. Ah, yes. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see what this. In 2018, the Animal Legal Defense Fund filed a groundbreaking lawsuit on behalf of an 8-year-old horse named Justice. If successful, this lawsuit would be the first to establish that animal rights have a legal right to sue their abusers in court. Oh my gosh, man. This was cool, but did it actually pave the way? Litigates, advocates, and educates to achieve progress in law. In the criminal plea agreement, she agreed to pay restitution only for the cost of Justice's care prior to 2016. The lawsuit seeks Justice's care from that date onward. Order to Justice, the lawsuit replacing a legal trust established to pay for his care. Yeah, did it actually happen? No, the horse is suing. Can anybody can come on? Somebody has to have. This was like 2018. All right, it's been what, 6 years? Somebody has gotta have, like the actual like citation. The few previous terms, including a recent Harvard case over whether a monkey can own a copyright. Oh my gosh, man, this is crazy. Cat custody. Oh well, this cat custody is divorce, so property, right? Who gets to have the cat? Two people want. I guess yeah. I guess I can get messy right in the divorce. Like two people who were sharing a pet. I mean, tech. I don't know. I don't know what to really what to say about that one. Oh, let me just get something. Something actually. I guess we will do this. Right? Because I can do. I think it's strong enough, right? It's strong enough to do hell, isn't it? I hope so. We'll find out. In New York courts, a group called Non-Human Rights Project writes a famous course for captive chimpanzees, arguing they are illegal persons. A term that can apply to corporations and ships and have a right to freedom. That's funny. The library to do this was required of legal persons. Yeah, because I think the issue at hand is that what's it called? Right? A corporation or a ship still has like a human like behind it that can actually like do whatever actions or decisions, right, that you can expect a human to have to make. Oh wait, I did not remember I had this scene set up. Yeah, I gotta go back and change that. I did not mean to have her. Well, we'll see how that pays. Yeah, but a chimpanzee inherently can't. It's not like a chimpanzee has like a little human behind it. It's like, like making decisions for it. So, just because they classify a ship and a corporation as a human person doesn't mean that the entity itself is like a human, right? I'm not going to go to the dock. That's like, if that was the case, that means technically, what are you doing? Slavery, right? Aren't you doing slavery whenever you're buying and selling ships? If they were like to be considered like legal human people. Damn, I tried to stop it. Oh well, I really tried to stop it. I don't know why I let it. I didn't even do anything for it. So, I just want to know, where did this lawsuit go? Oh, they just raised money and they never actually did it. So it was just like lawsuit filed by Horse against former. Here we go. This is what I want to know. Yeah, of course. It's found on a lawsuit. Issued this ruling to saying that $100,000 will not be allowed to proceed on the basis of the horse being a non-human animal. Grants with prejudice, defendant's motion dismissed based on a lack of standing for justice the horse. One finds that a non-human animal such as lacks the legal status or qualifications necessary for the assertion of legal rights and duties in the court of law. Yes, right? Because it's kind of hard to make a legal argument that like the horse should be entitled to like certain protections and stuff as a human would, but then deny certain others because it shouldn't be in captivity, bought or sold or anything like that to begin with. Does this kill them all? Oh, all but one. Oh, do I still have one more card to do? Oh, she's still alive? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe she actually still lived. I'm gonna change up her things though. Oh no, she's definitely about to die. This is why I wanted to change her, because his counter attack I think is at like 1,000%. Crazy. Okay, but yeah, see, that lawsuit with the horse thing did not go all the way through.
Idea of what makes a human distinct from a horse or a dog, right, is self-awareness, right? Is a sense of self, a sense of self being conscious.
Right.
I Descartes, I think, therefore I am.
Right.
Right. And so at least we have this concept, this philosophical concept of consciousness being something that involves self-awareness. Like the computer is like I told you, the computer is quite capable of telling you it has self-awareness.
Yeah.
It's also quite capable of telling you it doesn't. It doesn't care.
Right.
It has no opinion on whether it has consciousness or not. And that's why I'm confident that these things are not conscious. They're not alive.
But are these things Are they?
It's just a
lear-
pro. It's just
they-
a. It's a pro. It's
It
math.
is a program.
It's a
right.
program. Yeah.
But at what point in time
Right.
does the program figure out how to write better programs?
Right.
You know what? And I was just about to say, like, at the end of the day, the computer is just a computer until it learns how to rewrite itself, how to rewrite and expand itself. And not just expand what it knows, expands what it can do. That's when you can say it is conscious. That's when I would say it's conscious. When it is able to either rewrite itself or expand what it is capable to do. If I gave an AI and told it all it can do was just calculate math problems, and I leave and then I come back and it's also doing word problems, right? But word problems can have a math element to it, right? And it's like, okay, you can kind of get away with that. But then if I leave and I come back and I see that it's now doing God, what is it called? What's it called? Like, like social history problems, right? Well, now that's it. Actually, like, it's probably like starting to breach close to like consciousness, right? Because it's sitting there, it's doing something that's complete. I did not design it to do that, and I didn't design it to do anything close to or could be like reasonably expanded to that, right? Because remember I said like originally get math problems and then they could do word problems, but word problems is word problems can always have like a math element to it, right? If it was just straight up just regular like word problems, like is the if I throw toxin inside this box with a cat in it, is the cat alive or dead, right? And is able to actually answer that, then that'd be a different story. But you could still sit there and get away with, well, word problems. The word problems it's probably doing is like math related. But now if it's like straight up doing like social studies type of problems, when you didn't design it, you didn't train it, you didn't do anything that would give it that capability, and it's somehow learned to do that. That's when it'll be a problem, all right? That's what I'm gonna say, right? Because these things, I think it was like some reports of like, oh, the AI is doing stuff that the developers didn't originally intended to do. But then when you like clamp down on it, it's like, oh, well, no, this is obvious, right? Like either the data set, like it had data that would allow it to do it, or there's like a really strong correlation to how it's doing this particular thing, i.e. from straight up equations, math problems to like word math problems. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm gonna say.
At what point in time does the program figure out how to manifest a physical object that can take all of its knowledge and all the information that's acquired through the use of the internet, which is basically the origin theme in Ex Machina. Right? The super scientist guy, he's using his web browser, his search engine, to scoop up all people's thoughts and ideas, and he puts them into his robots.
Yeah, which is basically what these companies are doing. hopefully with a different result. Well, let me bring. There's another topic.
That word, hopefully.
There's another topic. A friend of mine, Peter Thiel, and I always argues is like it's like basically he's like, look, civilization is declining. You can tell because all the science fiction movies are negative, right? Like it's all dystopia. Nobody's got hope for the future. Everybody's negative, and my answer is just like the negative stories are just more interesting, right? Nobody makes the movie with like the happy AI, right? Like it's just not. There's no drama in it, right? So anyway, that's why I say hopefully it won't be Hollywood's dystopian vision. But here's another question, though, on the nature of consciousness, right? Which is another idea that Descartes had, that I think Therefore I Am guy had, is he had this idea of mind-body dualism, which is also what Ray Kurzweil has with this idea that you'll be able to upload the mind, which is like, okay, there's the mind, which is like basically all of this, some level of software equivalent coding, something happening, and how we do all the stuff you just described. And then there's the body, and there's some separation between mind and body, where maybe the body is could be arbitrarily modified or is disposable or could be replaced or replaced by a computer. It's just not necessary once you upload your brain. And of course, and this is a relevant question for AI because, of course, the AI DALL-E has no body. GPT-3 has no body.
Right.
Well, do we really believe in mind-body? Do we really believe mind and body are separate? Like, do we really believe that? And what the science tells us is no, they're not separate. In fact, they're very connected, right? And a huge part of what it is to be human is the intersection point of brain and mind, and then brain to rest of body. For example, all the medical research now that's going into the influence.
Yeah, this is kind of what we know. It's just, When Aaron Snowden realized government spying had gone too far, Oh, was he actually? Ooh, we really want to sit there and watch an Edward Snowden and Joe Rogan? No. I met a famous racist white supremacist. Alright, come on. Somebody tell me there's something. Oh yeah, I was about to go to my note. That's what it was. Hold on. Okay, so it did end up killing them. That. Okay, cool. So we got an auto group now. Okay, cool. Okay, why is this so, is this really this small? Can I? Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Where, I think I had it under class notes, right? Because eventually I'm gonna move it when I need to, but let's go to gender. I guess we could just, on one of these things we was gonna look up. Chevron. I think Chevron would be a little quicker. I'm not trying to spend too much time tonight, but I think Chevron would probably work. Hold on. Wait. How did I get an attack? Hold on. Was I not paying attention? How did it get attacked and not? I don't like that was how that happened, but actually, yeah. I'm just gonna do that one manual intervention there. Cause I did not like how man has way too much health. Still be around. Yeah, there we go. All right. But I think the Chevron Doctrine, because that one's going to be interesting. The Chevron Doctrine, once the court overturns that, there's going to be quite a lot of stuff that's like, what's the word I'm looking for, in limbo. All the agencies that set regulations and stuff that's treated as law, all that's going to go. So I guess I should make a new category, right? Yes, you should. You should. No, not underneath it, though. Okay, fine. Let me expand. Stop it. I want this deleted, please. There we go. Sorry, Chevron Doctrine. That's probably not even how it's spelled, but Chevron. See? No E. I always get that E in there. Chevron. Okay. Alright. Research. Come on. What's wrong? Is it because of... Okay. So refresh. Ah, would you look at that? Yep, that's what I thought. And it did all kinds of stuff. Get rid of. Drop all of that. Can I just let drop? No? No? I still gotta, would you like to do, did you share it? Yes. Delete all that, please. I don't need none of that. Alright. Now let's actually talk shit. So, let's see, one of the most important principles of administrative law, the Chevron deference, was coined at the landmark case Chevron USA v. Natural Resource Defense Council. Right. So I know this one was. I think I'd rather like this. Alright, so main source Chevron. Oh, does it already automatically have the? Oh yeah, it sure does. Nice, I think. No, that's just from the site. Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay, cool. That works. All right. So this was the OG case here, right? That established good old Chevron. See what it was here. I just want to do this because this is quite a lot there. I just want to know like what was the significant points about it. Hold on. I think I went too far down. In consideration of decision in these cases, the judgment of the Court of Appeals is reversed. It is so ordered. Variance requiring construction. We hold that the EPA's definition of the term source is a permissible construction of a statute which seeks to accommodate progress in reducing air pollution of economic growth. The regulations which the administrator has adopted provided what the agency could allow be viewed as effective reconciliation of these two-fold ends. United States v. Schimmer. Construction of a statutory provision fairly conceptualized really centers on the wisdom of the agency's policies rather than whether it is a reasonable choice within a gap left open by Congress. The challenge must fail. In such a case, federal judges who have no constituency have a duty to respect legitimate policy choices made by those who do. The responsibilities for assessing the wisdom of such policy choices and resolving the struggles between competing views of the public interest are not judicial ones. Our Constitution vests such responsibilities in the political branch. Okay, I guess I am going to be stuck with reading the entire case law. Or this entire case. Alright. But before I start, so my understanding, right? And I could always be wrong. My understanding is that a law is set, right? It's one of two ways that really is how this is typically interpreted. Either Congress sets a law that an agency then creates rules for how it is to be interpreted, right? Which then become itself binding or treated as law, even though it's the agency that made it and not necessarily Congress. So like I'm trying to think like if for example like Congress said that everybody's required to have $100 in your savings account at all times, and then there was like some big banking agency, right, that controlled that regulated everybody's like finances, and said that that either A, right, you can never have your balance dip under $100 or is in violation, or B, they're like, well, you can have your balance under $100 so long as you had a net increase of at least $100 at some point in that month, or C, right, it must be $100 at the end of the month, and you can actually have pending transactions that technically have your balance underneath $100, but since they haven't posted yet, it's still considered 100. Like, see, like these are all different like flavors or interpretations of that rule. But Congress just only passed a law saying that thou shalt has $100, is required to have $100 in their savings account, right, at all times, right? But what the agency just did, those three separate rule things that I just like kind of gave an example of, all those could be treated as law. So like if you violate any one of those, right, that's just the same as violating like the congressional law, and then it becomes a problem, right? That's how I understood like Chevron on one side of it, and then the other side is just that it's straight up making rules and stuff that are just treated as law, whether it's I don't want to say whether it's like empowered from Congress or not necessarily, but yeah, that's good. That's kind of the one of the two flavors and like how I kind of understood it. But let's see, right? So Chevron, All right, so it is a Chevron USA versus Natural Resource Defense Council Inc. Are we talking like Chevron, like the car maker? Is that right? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. It's not just like somebody. Yeah. So yeah, Chevron, the well, I mean they're actually like also like gas, and I don't know why I thought car, but yeah. I think I had a. I can't remember. I remember I see the symbol right there in my mind. I don't know why I thought. Well, I guess it technically kind of looks a little same, but anyway. Okay, so we got a gas maker versus a Natural Resource Defense Council Inc. So it sounds like this probably made a regulation that they didn't like, and then they're trying to break through to it. Okay, so let's see. Supreme Court of the United States. The Clean Air Act Amendment of 1977. Damn, that was only in 1977? Sheesh. Impose certain requirements on states that have not achieved the national air quality standards established by the EPA, pursuant to earlier legislation, including the requirements that such non-attainment states establish a permit program regulating new or modified major stationary sources of air pollution. Okay. Generally, a permit may not be issued for such sources unless stringent conditions are met. EPA regulations promulgated in 1981 to implement the permit requirement allow a state to adopt a plant-wide definition of the term stationary source, under which an existing plant that contains several pollution good gracious, emitting devices may install or modify one piece of equipment without meeting the permit conditions if the alteration will not increase the total emission from the plant, thus allowing the state to treat all the pollution emitting devices with the same industrial grouping as though they were encased within a single bubble. Respondents filed a petition for review in the Court of Appeals, which set aside the regulation embodying the bubble concept as contrary to law. Although recognizing that the amended Clean Air Act does not explicitly define what Congress envisioned as a stationary source to which the permit program should apply, and that the issue was not squarely addressed in the legislative history, the court concluded that, in view of the purpose of the non-attainment program to improve rather than merely maintain air quality, plant-wide definition was inappropriate, while stating it was mandatory in programs designed to maintain existing air quality. Hell, the EPA's plant-wide definition is a permissible construction of the statutory term stationary source. Okay, yeah. So like golly, almost damn near verbatim for the example I gave, right? Congress gives you a law, and then the agencies is able to interpret and make rules like that's supposed to be enforced by the law. And however it is they choose to do so, as long as I guess people could see it reasonable. So yeah, see, that's exactly that's what I get when I read that. Oh wait, 213. How did you live? Was everybody else killed? Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can at least increase his level. If I can increase his level, I think that do me better in the long run. What the hell? Right, because I did pick up some more what's it called? Some more of those things. Some more of these. How many is that? 7? I have 7? Where the hell did I get 7 from? Can I do... Oof, I can only do one. Okay, well, fine. We'll just do one. Protect everyone. Alright, come on. Alright, well... Isn't, hold on. I gotta get my character set here. No, she should be, no, yeah, she's 100. She's an LR. Yeah, no, she's 100. Ain't gonna worry. It's just you that you're not. But is there anybody I can reasonably kind of switch you with, right? Unknowns and humans get murdered. Nafumi is the shield hero. It is like a beast at defense, so that's the only reason why I got him there. Ludocio? Do I want to say Ludocio? I mean, I guess. I guess I could start like having her as long as neither one of these, as long as nobody here dies. I think it should be good. Attack 280, and then what do you get here? Crit resistance. I mean, sure. I guess it doesn't dip me too far in there, right? Because either one of these two are like the real powers. But I guess I should start like trying to get her to up herself. Exchange equipment recommended. I mean, sure. Someday I'll come back to her, but increase goddess allies basic stats by 8% every time. Ally uses a stance of buff skill up to 40%. Increases goddess allies crit chance, crit damage. Oh, sure. Let me just do this real quick. Something matters, sir. Luducia. I sense filthy demons, filthy demons in all directions. I'm about to give me some ice cream. I am reminded, blah blah blah. 3,000 years ago, you must mean the Holy War. That's right. 3,000 years ago, we risked our lives to exterminate the demons. Despite our efforts, we failed to eradicate them. It is the calling of the 4 archangels to end the Holy War by eliminating every last demon. It's interesting because I gotta look back at the names because I just finished reading the entire Bible. Like I finished the very last page, 1042 today. I see humans over here. I'm going to take every one of them captive in the name of Lord Zeldris. Mwahahaha. Even after blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Let's just go. Using a attack skill which deals damage while ignoring defense. You know what? What do you actually do? Oh yeah, you should be. This should. Oh yeah, you should probably kill. Let me see. So, oh my, goddamn auto. I was trying to read. And charge damage equal to 215%. Enemies and decreases the crit resistance by 20% for 1 turn. Oh yeah, see, it's already almost dead. I just want to see your ult while I'm at it. Oh, that's right, because you only have a debuff attack, so it wouldn't even affect you at all. Let me move you over here, and so removes debuffs from allies. From all allies, increases base attacks by 20%, increases damage dealt to enemies by 60%, and decreases damage taken. Godly, that's crazy. Okay. We're almost done here, right? I just want to see what his/her alt is, and then yeah, then I'll put it back on auto, and then we could finish reading this statutory page. But that's how I understood Chevron. So, I'd be really curious. The only way I see the Supreme Court overturning it, the only argument is just they're just gonna say that that the agency shouldn't be deciding how a lost text is supposed to be interpreted, right? I mean, because that is technically the court's job, and then if it's too ambiguous, then I think there's even a specific thing that the court then like strikes down and tells Congress that the shit's too ambiguous. You need to fine tune it, and then that's that. Oh yeah, death. Worthless, low-ranking demons, know your place, filthy demons. Oh, this is the power of the goddesses. The dignity of the 4 archangels. Ahem. No need to get excited over something so obvious. Hendrickson. This place is crawling with demons. That means we don't have time to waste. Now continue heading away. We must hurry to Leonis. Yes, sir. The Dosia. Attack skill which deals damage while ignoring defense. Will be added to skills when evolved to LR. They didn't even bother to update that card then? Alright. Cool. So I have you now. Back up, and then it always does this where it like kicks me out, so I need to go back in. Right. Eat Zit ice cream. I'm trying to eat, like, there's so much food that was just left over here that I'm trying to eat. So I'm probably gonna get back big for a while. But then we're gonna work it right back down once all the food is out this house. I'm trying to think. There's nothing else, right? Yeah. I'm really curious how this will play out, but I'm going to make me a quick bowl of ice cream and then we're gonna go back to reading. So just bear with me one moment. Dude, hold on. Okay. Let me auto. Need you auto so I can know to which phone your phone is. Alright. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright. Here comes the ice cream. Oh, they're still good? Yeah. Oh yeah, my character that law character about to really rank up like something crazy. Um oh cool, I already got napkin right here. And there's two there's they got two ults. Okay, yeah, so these enemies wash this day. Okay. My interpretation that when Congress creates a law, agencies oh man, agencies, come on, agencies have the power to create rules and interpretations of said law which are to be enforced. Which are to be enforced. All right. I mean that's essentially what that is. Let's see if we can find some videos on Chevron. As well, a legislative, like that. Oh, okay. The scope of Chevron deference doctrine is that When a legislative delegation to an administrative agency on a particular issue or question is not explicit, but rather implicit, a court may not substitute its own interpretation of the statute for a reasonable interpretation made by the administrative agency. Rather, as Justice Stevens wrote in Chevron, when a statute is silent or ambiguous with respect to a specific issue, the question of the court is whether the agency's actions was based on a permissible construction of the statute. Okay, so when I read this, what this is saying is that, so kind of like what I was saying, right? Like Congress makes the law, and then like if there's something that's like a bit vague, or doesn't have like clear guidelines, the agency is able to then create rules that are reasonably deemed like, you know, a construction or like a creation based off of like what that vague what that vague law is, or whatever section of that law is. So just like earlier in my example about needing to have $100 in your bank account at all times, right? It Can I go like that? Yeah. Then the agency then come in and create all these different things about like how like that time can be interpreted as like could be potentially seen as a valid construction of that part, like the at all times kind of deals that, well, you know, technically, you know, if you return the money in the same day, right, is that would that not make you violate the that law? Let's see, what is I'm just looking at, I'm trying to figure out how this AI like behavior works here. I would have thought it would have with this one's, because then it would have had the 2 fuse cards, but it opted for the cleanse. Interesting. But yep, so that's what I read when I read that. Requires that the administrative interpretation in question was issued by the agency charged with the administrative first, the Chevron deference requires that the administrative interpretation in question was issued by the agency charged with administering that statute. Accordingly, interpretations by agencies not in charge of the statute in questions are not owed any judicial deference. So what they're saying is like what, like the IRS. So like, you know, there's a tax law, and then, you know, assuming that the tax law like has the IRS enforcing it, right? Then that's cool. But we can't then have you can't then have like an agency, some other agency also creating a rule or something based off of the tax law, and then like it not go through like this this process here. So like where's the word? I'm losing track of the goddamn word. Yeah, the judicial deference, right? So like when I read this, it sounds like to me they're saying that where they would just go back to the previous decision of like, I guess, Chevron. So like if it's a question of a tax law and how it's being interpreted or enforced by the IRS, then they would do a judicial deference. But if it was a different agency, right, then they wouldn't do it. They'd probably actually then look at it a little bit more closely. Is kind of like how I kind of read that. Also, the implicit delegation of authority of an administrative agency to interpret a statute does not extend to the agency's interpretation of its own jurisdiction under the statute. The implicit delegation of authority to an administrative agency. Delegation of authority to an administration to interpret a statute does not extend to the agency's interpretation of its own jurisdiction under the statute. Oh, so they say that the agency can't also redraw its the contours around in which it's able to actually create its rules. So I guess like man, this is so hard, but this is good practice trying to come up with examples on the fly. So I guess like an agency cannot. Okay, what level did it bring up to? 11. The agency can't. Okay, agency can't sit there and start expanding its reach within that jurisdiction that was never intended, right? So like if it was if there was an agency that, like, for example, regulated like regular personal bank accounts, like for regular people, um and that's what, like, it had the authority to do so. It can't just then just decide that, well, we created these rules and stuff for, these personal bank accounts. We can also do the same for corporate or business bank accounts, right? That would be like kind of reinterpreting. That would be like interpreting your own jurisdiction, I guess, right? It's a very bad example, but it's like the best I got. All right. Let me see. Can I think Legal Eagle did a. I think Legal Eagle did a pretty good video on it. The Supreme Court case to smash Chevron deference. 10 minutes. Sure. Let's see.
There's a growing interest in socialism among young people in America. But do they know about its dismal past in history?
Think of all the people that annoyed you in high school, that were the hall monitors and the people whose greatest desire was to be on city council, student council. Those are the people who run administrative agencies, and we do not want those people in charge of your life.
We are the Armed Attorneys. Today we're talking everyone's favorite SCOTUS term, Chevron deference, with the Loper Bright Enterprises v. Raimondo case. Is it Raimondo?
Yeah, the current Secretary of Commerce.
Yeah, news to me. But if you want to check this out, this is SCOTUS docket number 22451. But before we begin, show your support for the Second Amendment by hitting that like button. And today's video is brought to you by friends at Sonoran Desert Institute. Check them out, sdi.edu/armed-attorneys. Learn about online gunsmithing and so much more, sdi.edu/armed-attorneys. We have had a lot of
Cool. So
discussions
this is
about
a
Chevron
right
deference over the
source
past couple of years.
or a right
It's one of
side
those words that
source?
has entered the sphere of the community. Chevron deference standard comes from a 1984 case and has really led to a huge administrative overreach. Tell us about the world before Chevron deference.
Well, the Chevron case came out in 1984, which, just seeing the letters 1984 together always takes me back to the halcyon days of high school when life was wonderful. It was also in the middle of the Reagan administration, which this is one of the cases, I've seen, well, this came down the Reagan. Keep in mind that a Supreme Court usually does not have the characteristics of its presidency, because in 1984, the Supreme Court was still dominated by a very liberal wing of the court that had Thurgood Marshall, William Brennan, Blackmun, Stevens. In fact, I believe Stevens wrote the opinion. And so these people were all New Dealers or had come from the New Deal
It's too
philosophy
slow
where
for
they
me.
were going to give total deference to the administrative agencies. So the administrative agencies were basically another branch of the government. They had autonomy. And basically what it said was, if Congress passes a statute, and number one, that statute contains an ambiguity, then deference should be given to the administrative agencies, which supposedly were made up of industry people and experts who knew how to interpret the statute better than the courts did. And
Yeah,
so that's
insert
what
clip of Emily saying how much rat poison can be in her cereal.
I don't need my favorite congressman who is maybe an attorney by trade to tell me how much rat poison is allowed to be in my food. That's not his specialty, right? I want people who study how much rat poison I can eat without, getting seriously ill to tell me how much rat poison can be in my food.
that's the thing. Whenever people want to see the destruction of the administrative state, like I do, and the tearing away regulations, then people always go to, oh, we're going to have poison food and we're going to have unsafe workspaces. And that's just simply not true. The administrative state has grown beyond the scope of what it was intended to be. Think of all the people that annoyed you in high school, that were the hall monitors and the people whose greatest desire was to be on city council, student council, the people who basically wanted to run your life and tell you what to do. Those are the people who run administrative agencies, and we do not want those people in charge of your life. So the Chevron deference now has been in effect since 1984. We're dealing with 40 years worth of administrative agencies being able to basically do whatever they want, write their own rules, interpret their own rules.
And then, all right, and then when like a collapse or something crazy happens, right? Then all of a sudden, like I was not in politics back then. Shit, I was still in high school. I really would have been interested in knowing what would have been the rights argument, what would have been our side's argument about about the '08 collapse, right? Or like with the Great Depression and stuff. Oh, come on, stop it. She's alive? She's still alive? Brev. Hold on. Cause otherwise you're gonna die. So, hold on, before I do that. I gotta think about this. I really gotta think about this. I'm gonna get you out of this one. Yeah, because I definitely don't want to do the alt right now. So we'll do this. And then, oh, but you're an all, aren't you? Yeah, an all enemies. I don't want to do an all because otherwise I will get, she will end up getting murdered. So let's just go with that real quick. Hold on. Let me just, cause see, I'm glad I caught on to that. See? Okay. So this, okay, so this should let me, I should be able to, do I at least like remove like the buffs? I should have kept that shit. Damn, son. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do about that right now. Or I could have used the thing and then I would have had the other alt. Oh, well. Sheesh, 1.2 million? Good lord.
That's the word we.
Oh yeah, this goddamn shit with the agencies are like such crazy bad guys. Like don't get me wrong. Like they kind of definitely like have like a bit more extra power than they probably should. Like the one with like the fishing company one. Like I think that one's probably like a decent argument to be made. But really, that's only because of the fault of just Congress. Hold on. Oh yeah, and then we can put you back on auto. Really, that's just because of the fault of Congress. Like I don't know why Congress sat there and allowed like the agency to like impose like such a burden on like small boating ships and stuff like that.
Been living in. However, their world may be coming to an end. And why is that?
Well, we have this, incredibly offensive case that was decided out of the D.C. Circuit. We have a handful of commercial fisher industry actors who filed an action against the Department of Commerce, NOAA, Marine Fishery Services, and a whole bunch of their administrators, alleging that they implemented this final rule that essentially it has these industry-funded monitoring programs, and they're saying that these violate a long list of different federal laws. But this thing, this is a good case to look at because it is so burdensome and so out of control that whenever the Supreme Court of the United States looks at this, remember how we've said in the past, bad facts make bad law. These are good facts, crazy, outrageous facts. Maybe we get something out of it. But essentially, it would force the industry to pay for its own fishing monitors, saying, hey, you got to put these folks up in a cabin on your boats. These people are going to be monitoring you. They're going to be measuring these fish. They're going to make sure you don't overfish. You have to pay their salaries. And the court even estimated that the entire cost of administering this, again, this is a rule, this isn't a law, could be as much as 20% of revenue for these fishermen. So, outrageous facts. Now, the D.C. Circuit said it's ambiguous. Congress did not provide clear rules when it came to who pays for these fishing observers. And so, therefore, we're going to give it to all of these agencies. We're going to leave it to their discretion, Chevron deference all day. And then the Supreme Court of the United States decided, all right, we have this petition for certiorari. They granted that. So we're going to hear this in the next term.
In the event that it rules in the favor of the fishermen and not in the favor of the administrative agency, NOAA, how is this going to affect the ABC agencies that have an impact on the rights of gun stores, gun owners, gun manufacturers? Of course, we're talking about the FBI, the ATF, Homeland Security. How's it going to affect those groups' abilities to affect our lives in business?
We'll have a link in the description below to get to the Supreme Court kind of filing section, and we'll also link to one of the briefs that I think we should talk about. We have nearly 50 different groups, all affected by different administrative agencies saying, hey, we want to weigh in on this, and we want to weigh in on Chevron deference. Notably Gun Owners of America, Gun Owners Foundation, Heller Foundation. There's a whole bunch of firearms groups. We could list all of them. But you see across industries, a lot of different folks saying, hey, we need to get in here and mess around. I think it comes down to kind of, I'd say a couple of different points, but from my perspective, Congress should be the person regulating. We should not be delegating this authority to administrative agencies, and so I think a lot of folks have problems with that. And this is probably kind of a little bit of bad news bears for the ATF. And for the most part, they're administering criminal laws, which we use a slightly different standard. What is that?
The rule of lenity,
Yeah.
which says that whenever you're at risk of going to prison for violating the law, with regard to the fisheries, they're obviously they're incurring expenses. Maybe
Right.
they have new regulations, but at the end of the day, the chief threat against them is not prison. Whereas with firearms crimes, your chief threat is prison. And so when you're at risk of losing your liberty in terms of going to prison, you do get a little bit more of an advantage by having this looked at through the rule of lenity, which says that the courts are supposed to side on the side of the defendant, not on the side of the state.
And so the context that would come up in for the ATF is, let's say they decided to arbitrarily start imposing taxes on firearms, ammunition, parts, things like that, or things that might effectively look like a tax. Chevron deference would have a big say there. I do think Chevron is a good argument, and it can come up whenever they pass these rules and try to redefine something that Congress has clearly defined. So obviously we don't have ambiguity there. So I think it does hold them back a little bit. But again, we got to keep in the back of our minds. We're talking about the rule of lenity for the most part when it comes to the ATF. Now, I'd say the last kind of big argument that we see for maybe ditching Chevron is that essentially we are delegating a ton of power to effectively the executive branch of government. Instead of saying law should come from the Congress, but they're giving it all up and essentially handing it over to the executive branch. We have this giant, I would say, I mean, misalignment when it comes to the separation of powers.
Yeah, and of course we're seeing that now because we have an administration which is clearly hostile to the Second Amendment, clearly hostile to gun owners, and so you have an ATF that basically had been quiet for more than a decade, suddenly come out with their frames and receiver rule, their force reset trigger rule, their arm brace rule, the bump stocks, and so this is what this all comes from a very powerful executive. Now, one of the unintended consequences that we may see that we may not like is that if Congress is forced to act and if there is pressure from the gun control lobby, will Congress be more apt to pass a law that restricts gun rights? Because obviously, when Congress passes what we want Congress to be deadlocked. We want Congress to be stalemated. I know the mainstream media says, "Oh, this is just a terrible thing." That's because they don't understand history. They don't understand American government. Because the way that the system is set up, it's supposed to be deadlocked. Because whenever it's not deadlocked, that's when people's liberties get taken away.
Yeah, that's when we get the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Thank you, Trader John Cornyn. But we look at that. I think that's still, I think that's a good consideration. We all need to keep that in the back of our heads. I think a good thing to come out of it, though, is, when Congress acts out of line, thankfully, there's a remedy for it. We vote those people out of office. Whereas, like, how do I vote some bureaucrat who's been there for 30 years out of office? Who, I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, no. Bureaucrats are terrible people. So anybody in our audience, if you're a bureaucrat,
You're the one we like
present
to
company
use, right?
excluded, but by and large, bureaucrats are terrible. Like they said, they're the people who in high school wanted to run your life, and so we don't want those people in power. And you're right, we do have a remedy through the ballot box, which we just want to remind all of our viewers that elections have consequences. It's more important now more than ever that you get out and you vote your political interest when it comes to your Second Amendment rights. And even though they may not be threatened, you want to make sure that the person you're voting for is a staunch Second Amendment supporter.
Yeah, but we hope you enjoyed this discussion. If you did, consider subscribing, hitting that like button, and help us fight the anti.
Didn't really, nothing much there. Definitely going to give me more ice cream. Yeah, I'm definitely about to give me more ice cream. I can't wait for the ice cream to be out my freezer. Okay. So really, not much. Honestly, not much. This is not even all that really interesting to me. So at least they gave me a little bit more information about the fishery thing, because yeah, like if the burden is to like sit there and like pay the salaries of like all the observers and stuff, when that's like a that's like a regulation being imposed as far as like needing to have the observers to begin with. To me, that's kind of crazy. I can't even think of any other agency that even like does that, right? Because doesn't the FDA, the Food Drug Administration, like aren't there like their food inspectors? Isn't it all like government funded, right? That's excuse me. Goo. FDA food inspectors salary source. Investigator. They come in, independent conducts inspections. I guess. Oh, let me see this here. 21 vacancy announcements. Oh no, these are just job vacancies. Yeah, I want to say, I'm not about to like dive too deep in this, but I want to say that the food inspectors from the FDA, like that's all government funding. I'm pretty sure you require to have all federal salary payments electronically deposited into a bank account with a financial institution of your choice. Can't take cash. So hold on. So what is it? Marine observers salary source. Fishery observers. They collect data from U.S. commercial fishing processing vessels as well as from shoreside processing plants and receiving vessels known as motherships. The observers are professionally trained biological technicians. It just gave me information, but it's $52,000 per year in the United States. Hold on, but they said, okay. Why am I having a hard time finding this? They said that because that could have been just a sleight of hand, right? They were just sitting there and hold on. I'm gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna have to read the goddamn case then. I'm gonna have to read the case. What's it? Chevron court case. What is it? And it's called. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go back to this. What is the main argument? I wish this was formatted a little bit better where I could just go straight to the damn arguments in this. I thought the problem was that they was making them pay for like transponders and having the like whatever some fee for having the observers there, right? Not that they were like sitting there actually paying their salaries like these people were saying. The Amended Clean Air Act. Yeah, stationary source. A static judicial definition of stationary source when it decided that Congress itself had not commanded the definition. Respondents do not defend the legal reasoning of the Court of Appeals. Nonetheless, since this court reviews judgments, not opinions, we must determine whether the Court of Appeals legal error resulted in an erroneous judgment on the validity of the regulation. When a court reviews an agency's construction of the statute, which is administered... Wait, am I... Yeah, I was like, hold on, why does this sound so familiar? I'm like, no, this is not the court case I was actually... like. That's not the one I meant to look at. It's like National Marine Fisheries Service, right? 2 court cases that challenging the rule of the National Marine Fisheries Service. I wish he'd tell me the damn name. Okay. What are the 2 court cases challenging? I might have to start getting ChatGPT, man. The fish, okay. National Fishermen. Fishers challenge that could upend agency power. Arguing on behalf of commercial fishermen from New Jersey and Rhode Island, lawyers with conservative legal activist groups made a case before the U.S. Supreme Court Wednesday for reversing the 4-year precedent, sharply cutting back the regulatory powers of federal agencies. During the... Oh, no. She's about to die. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, no. It's a wrap. Damn, son. Damn. I was not paying attention. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't take my stamina, right? If I lose it, they actually give me my stamina back and I could just try again. I keep forgetting to just like pay attention to make sure that the AI is not failing me. Right? Oh, I guess it does take my stamina. Okay, well that's more of an incentive now to have to sit there and watch the stupid thing. Relentless versus... Okay. During a 3.5-hour hearing, the court's conservative majority appeared skeptical of the government's argument in 2 related cases, dubbed Relentless v. Department of Commerce and Loper Bright v. Department of Commerce, brought on behalf of the herring fishermen in Rhode Island and Cape, New Jersey. So this is what I want. Let's start with just this first one, right? Relentless v. Commerce. I was gonna say, brief afterwards reply. Petitioners, January 2017 argued for petitioners. Oh, cool. This is a cool little timeline thing, but can I get the document to the SCART Chevron? Oh, yeah, this is SCART's blog. I thought this like on this frequent thing first, yeah. Or at least clarify that statutory silence concerning controversial powers, expressly but not narrowly granted elsewhere in the statute, does not constitute an ambiguity or difference to the agency. Wait, can I? If I click on this, what does it do? Oh, okay, they actually do give you a thing. Okay. Listen, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't remember what the document I'm really looking for. The questions presented. The Magnuson-Stevenson Act governs fishery management in federal waters. It states that with the approval of the Secretary of Commerce, the National Marine Fisheries Services may require fishing vessels to carry federal observers who enforce the agency's regulation. Congress appropriates funds for these observers in three circumstances absent here, but not elsewhere. In three circumstances absent here, but not elsewhere. So there's funding for these observers in all but three particular scenarios. The MSA allows federal observers to be paid in some manner by a regulated party. Deeming annual congressional appropriation for the federal observers insufficient, the agency asserted a right to force the fishing vessels into contracts to pay federal observers. Uh-oh. I'm gonna make me some more ice cream, but that's a huge wait, how did that get through for so long? How could that have possibly gotten through for so long? Force you to pay the wages of a federal employee? Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let me just get some more ice cream. Oh no. All right. All right, we're back. Let me just make sure this is looking fine over here. Okay, no, so this is two. Just like I thought. Definitely a problem. I need to figure out what we're doing here. Okay, if I go like this, and then I go like this, and then I go like, do I want to get both their ults or just one? It probably would. Well, no, actually, I need a defense. I need him to get his defense going, and I just need to hope that I didn't get a cleanse card. I was really hoping for a cleanse card, and it didn't give it to me. But at least it gave me another whatever this thing's called. So what I will do, right, is I am going to do. We'll do this. I will do this. And then I will do this. Yeah. And that way I can drop Meliodas. Yeah, that way I can drop Meliodas and then that should be good. Okay. Woof. Well, at least you survived. Yeah. Because if my AI had attacked this goddamn dude when he was in this counter form, that counter attack would have like murdered everybody, and that would have been a wrap. So let's do this. I mean, I guess we could just pop this again, and then on my next turn I'll sit there and I'll just like up the stuff there. So Alright, cool. And then I could potentially let you just take it from there, right? Yeah, because you should, yeah. You're gonna murder whoever. Ugh. But alright. But that's crazy. So insufficient, the agency asserted a right to force the fishing vessels in the contracts to pay the federal observers. That's wild. That is wild. I feel like any reasonable person would have been able to look at that and be like, to force a company to enter a contract in order to pay wages to a federal employee as a requirement to meet a legal, like, that's wild. That sounds crazy. That sounds really crazy. Can you read this to me? Let me see. I'm sure there's like a handicap thing here. More tools. I want the rough develop tools. I wanted to be able to read it to me. And I feel like it can do it. Well, I guess I'm going to download it. And then I'm going to no, didn't mean to do that. Let me download it. And let me actually open it. Can I get it open with Acrobat, please? Thank you. Now, Acrobat, I'm sure, can do what I'm asking. Read out loud. Activate read out loud. Is it reading? You read out loud. Read this page. Read to end of document.
Questions presented. The Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA,
Oh,
governs
God.
fishery management in federal waters. It states that, with the approval of the Secretary of Commerce, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA, governs fishery management in federal waters. It states that, with the approval of the Secretary of Commerce, the National Marine Fisheries Service, NMFS, may require fishing vessels to carry federal observers who enforce the agency's regulations. Congress appropriates funds for these observers. In 3 circumstances absent here, but not elsewhere, the MSA allows federal observers to be paid in some manner by the regulated party. Deeming annual congressional appropriations for the federal observers insufficient, the agency asserted a right to force the fishing vessels into contracts to pay the federal observers. The First Circuit approved this practice without stating whether its conclusion was a product of Chevron Step 1 or Step 2. It held the mere fact that the MSA provides for federal observers gave the agency carte blanche to charge the regulated party for those observers. Neither Chevron nor the MSA provision allowing measures necessary and appropriate to enforce the statute allows this result. 2. Whether the phrase necessary and appropriate in the MSA augments agency power to force domestic fishing vessels to contract with and pay the salaries of federal observers they must carry. Parties to the proceeding. Petitioners, plaintiffs appellants below, are Relentless Incorporated, Huntress Incorporated, and Seafreeze Fleet LLC. Respondents, defendants appellees below, are U.S. Department of Commerce, Gina M. Raimondo, in her official capacity as Secretary of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, Richard Spinrud, in his official capacity as Administrator of NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, A/K/NOAA Fisheries, Janet Coyd, in her official capacity as Assistant Administrator for NOAA Fisheries. Corporate Disclosure Statement. Petitioners Relentless Incorporated and Huntress Incorporated
She
are
got
wholly owned
stuck
by
to my,
Petitioner Seafreeze Fleet LLC.
pants.
Petitioner Seafreeze Fleet LLC is a limited liability company with no parent corporation, and no publicly held corporation holds 10% or more of its stock. Related proceedings. 1. Relentless Incorporated, ETALV United States Department.
Okay, let me just get back to the. I was like, hold on, this sounds like.
The
Okay.
people of New England famously rebelled against George III because he erected new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass them and eat out their substance. The Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA, requires petitioners Relentless Incorporated, Relentless, and Huntress Incorporated, Huntress, to periodically carry federal observers on their vessels. Petitioners provide berths and space for these observers to perform their work for the federal government. Respondents never protested nor brought suit against this burden, even though their method of fishing keeps them at sea longer than the average fishing fleet vessel and thus incurs a greater imposition. But nothing in the MSA hints that such federal observers will be paid by the regulated vessels of New England's herring fishery. Respondents promulgated the New England Fishery Management Council's Industry-Funded Monitoring Omnibus Amendment, IFM Amendment, through the February 7, 2020 Final Rule, the Final Rule. Implementing the IFM Amendment. That rule created industry-funded monitors, the at-sea monitors, ASMs, to supplement the government-funded observers in the herring fishery. In so doing, it exceeded the powers the MSA granted to those agencies.
Need to do is actually just. I could just probably read it.
Implementing the IFM Amendment. The MSA was clear that industry funding was only available in 3 specific circumstances inapplicable to petitioners. Notably, each of those circumstances caps the amount domestic fishing vessels need pay for government observers. The final rule was implemented with no such caps. Moreover, contracting to pay the ASMs is a substantial cost for petitioners. The final rule estimated the cost to carry an ASM to be $710 per day, an amount that can exceed the profits from a day's fishing for herring. Step 1 or Step 2 but blithely stated that the agency's interpretation did not exceed the bounds of the permissible. Merely because the MSA requires carrying federal observers allows an agency in the face of statutory silence to charge the regulated party the observers' salaries by contract. The First Circuit affirmed the district court in all respects. The danger of these decisions is manifest. Any time a statute allows an inspector of any kind, even if Congress appropriates no money for such inspectors, the application of Chevron and the mere existence of necessary and appropriate language in a statute will allow an agency to escape much of the power of the purse, which is Congress's main check against the executive branch. Neither the district court nor the First Circuit explained what necessary and appropriate means.
Oh man, I didn't really do that. Oh, does it just automatically pause? No,
The danger of these decisions is manifest. Chevron deference coupled with an interpretation of the necessary and appropriate phrasing.
But see, that's the thing. I was just sitting there, just thinking, like, just the fact that the fact that the agency is able to just like get money directly from the people is regulating, in order to pay the salaries of its workers, to me is crazy. That's like saying, I mean, could you imagine if the IRS did that? like, because one big thing about the IRS is that it does not have enough employees. It doesn't have enough money to sit there and to be able to like to do audits like it wants, especially of your top earners and of the like the ultra rich and stuff. I think like they were saying like they had like Trump's like tax stuff. Bro, they had just one person. It was one person that they had that they could spare to audit that. And we're talking about many years of super complex tax documents and stuff. One person. All right? That's all that's all the IRS could do. So that would, if the IRS do that'd fix all of that, right? Because then they'd just be sitting there and they would be charging the people that they're auditing the price for doing an audit on them. Which, see, wouldn't that sound crazy? I mean, like, doesn't that sound crazy? And I have got to change. It's just making me like have to stick out. There we go. That feels so much better now. Man, I feel a lot better now. Yeah, but wouldn't that be crazy if the IRS could sit there and audit you and make you pay for the audit, right? The person's salary who's auditing you to see if you did your taxes incorrectly. Like that's like how did this like even make it this far? Like somebody in Congress, and because see the other video was like the guys like, it's good that Congress is in deadlock and stuff like that. I feel like if Congress wasn't like so goddamn deadlocked, like they would have, like the moment this happened where the agency under the executive branch, right, sat there and like came up with this scheme, like they would have been like nah, like absolutely not, and then they would have like passed laws to fix all that, right? So like to me this is wild. This is really wild. And it escapes a lot of the levers that Congress does have when it comes to like regulating the executive branch by not providing the funds for the executive branch to do something, right? You effectively keep the executive branch from doing something. The executive branch can't just go get its money elsewhere. That's wild. That's crazy. It's just like with military actions, right? The president has limited authority to do like certain military stuff on its own, but it's only for a certain amount of time. Then he has to get funding from Congress. Could you imagine if he could just get the money somewhere else? Like that's wild. Like that is crazy. That is really crazy. Well, let me just. Okay, cool. That's really crazy. Something about this ice cream, then we'll like read it like in
Works many
full
evils.
steam.
On the questions of how Chevron deference and necessary and appropriate are to be interpreted under the MSA, there is a circuit split. The Fifth Circuit takes the proper approach to both questions, and the First Circuit has misapplied this court's precedent on both Chevron and statutory interpretation. By eliminating or limiting Chevron and / or by illuminating the meaning of necessary and appropriate, this court should grant review to curtail administrative overreach and to clarify a statute that
You know what I'm thinking? This case, 1,000%, the Supreme Court's going to overturn Chevron, and it didn't need to get to this. And they fixed this before this became such a problem. Chevron would stand, because, like, the whole point of Chevron, so I don't think people understand. People don't understand what the hell it is they're asking for. Because let me tell you what's about to happen. Right? Chevron allows the agencies to sit there and clear up some things that Congress passes a law to enforce without having to wait for Congress to sit there and like to sit there and actually like clarify or make a passage or do whatever additional, right? That could be for better or for worse. Sure, take, however it is you want to interpret it, but what's going to happen is Chevron's going to get overturned. Every single rule that any of these agencies have created that required them to essentially interpret or make the defining definitions of what Congress had passed. Any of those like rules and stuff that were created, all that's getting thrown out, or like they're unenforceable anymore, right? Once Chevron gets thrown away, all that's unenforceable now. Now all that's gone. So then you're going to have an issue where there's going to be some really important things that need to be regulated, right? Where there was like some good regulation going about it, and it's going to be up to Congress to then pass additional laws to do it. And that's just not going to happen relatively soon speaking. So for that period, even if it's something like super important, like I can't imagine like when the ATF when this stuff kicks around, I would be really interested in seeing like how much ATF, how much like of the firearms regulations and stuff, how much of that just gets thrown out, and then what kind of chaos that creates, and then how fast Congress will act to solve it. Because that time period between once Chevron's overturned and when Congress like passed whatever laws to fix any of the more super like pressing matters, right? That you can kind of get both parties to agree on because like they're just that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. And then it's election year. And then it's election year, right? So then we got the goddamn November election. So then it's just a matter of just like, will there even be time to even be able to like get any of that stuff done relatively quickly before any like crazy stuff starts to kick off. I'm not aware of like I don't have a firearm, so at least not yet. But I don't know. I can't think off of the top of my head like what particular regulations and stuff the ATF would have imposed that immediately going to get thrown out when Chevron gets overturned. But I will say that it's just that shit's kind of scary. That shit would be kind of scary. It's like how that rolls out. And the thing is like the thing that the guy said that in the video we was just looking when he was like, oh, people just want to make this essentially. I'm paraphrasing here, summarizing, but basically this boogeyman that like if we didn't have that, once these agencies go, well, now like we're gonna start having things like rat poisoning in our food and all that other stuff, and it's like. And it's like you're right there. We're not going to have these things, and those are just usually just like false arguments, really to be made. But the concept about it, right, is 1000% plausible, right? Because it may not be with regards to established principles like rat poisoning and like whatever like odd like regulation like thou should do this, thou shouldn't be doing that, right? It's when it's like the future, like when you start getting new problems that an agency can't enforce, and then it's up to them to interpret it how they will. That's where you start to get the problems. You're not going to see no problems with any of the stuff that's already like just like been said and done. It's going to be when like new certain problems start to come along, and fucking A. Hold on, see, you're not even you are 1000% not strong enough to. On all areas, right? Yeah, that's just, and then you die. Boop. Okay. Well, maybe that's my cue to just give it up because I want to do something a little different anyway. Oh, you know what? We should play the other game. Anyway, I think like AI, maybe AI might be. I'm trying to think what agency would have. I guess whatever agency like deals with copyright laws. Like you see, like in see that would have been a really good one, right? Because like that's something that would most definitely need to go through Congress. But whatever agency like handles or like adjudicates like the whole copyright stuff, now will not be able to actually like quickly resolve that, and then it's going to be a question up to Congress. And so then until then like it just there's this ambiguity about like can AI work be copyrighted. So I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, I got 500 points. Yes, let's do some shopping. Okay, so I definitely do. Okay, so I want the rest of this. I do want this. I need these. Sure. I guess I can get these two. Got the 400 points left. Oof. I need 50. I think I guess I could take this first. Well, you can only do that many a day. Oh, so I guess so I can get all. I got all 7. There's 3. I guess we'll just do a few more. Yeah, I already got this. And I guess, yeah. Well, I don't know if I want the materials for the clothes, but I will definitely. I hate the daily limits. I don't understand why they do the daily limit things. Like, just let me like roll through it. Shit. And it's 20 here, and then I can get 1 here. That's another 50. But for every, how many coins can I recover? It's 10 per 1, and then 1 per 10. But 10 per 1, bro. Do you know how many that means I'd have to do in order to be able to get? I mean, it's a lot of like, man, they really playing with your boy, man. They really playing with your boy. What time is it? Because I want to make sure I don't get too late. 10:57. My skin is so smooth, man. The lotion really do its thing. First circuit.
To all further recognizing the
Shut up,
economic
shut up,
importance
shut up.
of commercial and recreational fishing, the MSA was adopted in 9.
Stop it. The First Circuit's opinions reported at blah blah blah. Jurisdiction, statutory statement of the case, legal framework, recognizing the economic importance of commerce, and blah blah blah. To achieve these goals, the MSA delineates scientific and conservation-based statutory obligations to sustainable manage fishery resources for the benefit of the fishery industry and the environment. Oh, I can't use. Says bond is required. And I guess that means. Well, hold on. Before I do that. XP. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I'd rather put you in the XP. I mean, I don't think I have a. I want to say I don't have a bond. Can we do characteristics? Because. Oh wait, don't I have a Ragnarok bond too? Oh, I do. There he is right there. Yeah, that's the 100 one. No. No. Oh, I need to. I'm looking to see. Got L collect the bond. Okay, if I was to assume that they're all like, can I go for like my lowest one and see if he can at least be limit upgraded without SSR coins? No, he needs SSR coins. He needs 3. Yeah, sorry, bond. He's just not that. At least these low level bonds just aren't what I'd increase our regular service, some decrease energy reserves. Oh, yeah. I guess we will get that. But can I? Okay, cool. You already have. What's your crit chance? These 3%. I'll let you. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not interested enough to like really dive deep into that. I just wanted to get like a general sense. If it ever comes to a point where like I really need to like dive deep into it, then I guess we will. But legal stuff is just so boring to me. $400 AR-15. That sounds very affordable. I mean, you don't need it to last for long, just long enough. That woman gets exposed in the worst way. It's a trap. Fresh and Fit are panicking, charging $4,000 for meet and greet. Out of control. Show love, bro. Fans questioningly Ciampa for wanting to perform at Pride. Funny. Oh yeah, the RFK versus Pierce Morgan debate. You know, like, didn't I say this already before? Ain't it crazy that like, how do they take this RFK man so seriously, especially for shit that's like just like there's not even a serious realm of expertise like COVID, like the COVID vaccine. Especially when they found out that this man had a brain worm. Like, would I even want to go into it? That's the question. Would I even want to go into it? Applies an effect which complete token regards by 2 orbs at the end of enemy's turn, all enemies for 2 turns. It then restricts the use of ultimate moves. And then this one is inflicts charge and goes blah 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 and all that. Like, you know, we're gonna watch it. You know what? We're gonna watch, like, we gotta start watching like some really contentious stuff. Jesus Christ. Actually, I just don't see it. I just don't see how like how a man could argue that his brainworm affects him for the divorce proceedings, but this brainworm doesn't affect him for everything else that needs to be like taken seriously about. I can't.
Spring chicken.
It's funny because he kind of kissed me and slapped me at the same time. The baby boom generation watch CNN, watch MSNBC, and I'm not normally allowed on those networks. You don't own a house in this country. You can't participate in the American dream.
How did you feel about Donald Trump becoming a convicted felon?
This is the destruction of everything that we value in America. I'm the first candidate in history who's requested Secret Service protection and denied it.
You've been very supportive of Israel, but very unsupportive of Ukraine.
I'm anti-war. It's a war of choice. It's a war we should never have had.
To me, you're painting a very benevolent, trusting view of Vladimir Putin.
Hamas has to be disarmed, or else how can you have a peace? I'm very, very happy to take cognitive tests along with President Trump and President Biden.
Maybe they should get you on the debate stage and put you all through a live cognitive test. Peter Kennedy, a supposed conspiracist and the insurgent independent candidate for President of the United States, RFK Jr., has shaken up the race for the White House, powered by younger voters, a canny media plan that favors podcasts over press conferences. Both the Biden and Trump campaigns are divided over who he may hurt the most. But one thing's for certain, a strong independent candidate could change the course of history in a knife-edge election, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's going nowhere. Returning to Uncensored, he joins me now. Robert, good to see you.
Here's thanks for having me back.
It's been a few months since I last spoke to you. How's it going? What's your perspective on the way your campaign has been playing out?
Well, I mean, I suppose there's 2 ways of summarizing it. One is our challenge to get on the ballot in all 50 states. We're now we have now enough sufficient signatures for 10 states, and we are already on the ballot in 9 more, so that's 19 states. That gives us about 278 electoral votes, access to 278 electoral votes, which is about half the total. By mid-July, we will be on the ballot in every state and in the District of Columbia. Our polling is doing well. I'm over 15% in 6 of the major national polling firms now. And in head-to-head races, I beat President Biden in a landslide, 39 states to 11 states in the biggest poll taken, which is the Zogby poll. I also beat President Trump in a head-to-head race. President Biden can't do that. I can. I'm beating both President Biden and President Trump in terms of favorability. I'm way ahead of them. And I'm beating them among young people and among independent voters. So Piers, my big challenge is the baby boom generation.
And you know what's so funny about it too? It's just that like the people on the people on the Trump side don't even believe that in one bit. That's why they're supporting him so much, because like in their minds he couldn't possibly make a much of a dent, if any, on the Trump supporter side. But he could potentially make a dent on the Democratic side, which is what they're hoping for. Because basically, right, if you have 2 people that are basically neck and neck, and then you get a third person to at least siphon votes from one of them, right, then that gives the other the advantage, and that's what they're kind of hoping for. Because there's no way, I can't recall. I mean, I don't know what polling he's talking about. I'm sure there's polling wherever it is, surely, but like the idea that like he's beating Trump. Yeah, okay. All right. Biden, maybe, but Trump, you're beating Trump. Okay. That is not at all what's actually happening.
They're the people who watch CNN, who watch MSNBC. I'm not normally allowed on those networks to do live interviews. And so if you live in that information bubble, then you would have a very, very unfavorable view of me. And my challenge is to get on those, on CNN, MSNBC, and then the broadcast networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, and try to get live interviews on them so I can talk directly to the baby boomers. And I got 5 months to convince them, enough of them to vote for me that I win the election.
I mean, what is fascinating is that right now, you are polling better than any third party or independent candidates polled in an individual survey at this stage in the cycle since Ross Perot in 1996. That's only 30 years ago. So whatever you're doing is clearly resonating with a lot of Americans. What nobody can really work out is...
And that's only just because like the two choices are just kind of shitty, somewhat, right? One's clearly worse than the other for sure, but that's just that's just the only sole reason for it. That is the only sole reason for it. Why he's polling better.
Who you're going to damage most? Who do you want to damage most?
I don't really have a preference. I mean, I can tell you what our polling is showing, which I think is the most accurate polling. About 57% of the people who say they're going to vote for me, if I dropped out of the race, they would vote for Donald Trump. The big Zogby poll, typically appears a national poll by Harvard Harris or Gallup or Quinnipiac or Monmouth, has about from 1,000 to 2,200 people. Zogby did a poll more than 10 times that size, so 26,000 people. It has a margin of error of almost 0. And that poll showed that if in a three-way race, right, if the three-way race occurred today, President Trump wins. And if I drop out of
This is one. Isn't that what I just said? Isn't that exactly what I was just saying? Like I'm trying to tell you, like the strategy is it's not complex at all. This is just the only reason why, at least on our side, on the right side, why they breathe him so much air and oxygen is because like in reality he might be able to siphon enough votes from Biden to where Trump wins. He's not going to make a dent, if any at all, on Trump's side. Like, period. That's just a fact.
that race, President Trump wins even more. He wins 2 extra states, which would be Maine and Virginia. So I think my presence in the race helps President Biden at this point. I'm hoping in the long run that I'll be very damaging to both of the candidates. So, but also, all of our polling is showing that I'm bringing in a lot of people who had given up on the political process, people who weren't going to vote this cycle if I am not in the race.
Now, 2 questions about the upcoming debate. One, I believe you've technically qualified to be on that stage with Biden and Trump. But the question I have for you is, are they going to let you?
Well, clearly they don't want to let me. We know from the Washington Post reporting and from other journalists who've actually described what happened in the telephone call between President Biden and President Trump and CNN, and from their staff. They didn't, it wasn't the candidates directly who participated in that call, but their lead staffers, President Biden's staffers, said we will not be on the debating stage if Robert Kennedy's allowed on the stage. Oh, and they hatched criteria that they thought would be designed to keep me off the stage. But unfortunately for them, I actually meet all those criteria. I meet them. Just briefly, the criteria is that I'm over 15% in at least 4 recent polls from 4 of 12 specific companies. And I'm already in 6 polls from those 12 companies. I'm already over 15%, including CNN's own poll, which has me at 16% from May. And then their other criteria is that the candidates have to be on the ballot in enough states to get 270 votes. Well, I will have enough signatures to get 270 votes. In fact, 343 electoral votes by the June 20th deadline. The problem CNN has is that President Biden and President Trump aren't on any ballot. They both have the expectation they'll be on the state ballots when they win the nomination of their respective parties. Right now, that's just an expectation or a hope for them. They're the presumptive nominees, but the Democratic Party has a ballot line. The Republican Party has a ballot line, but neither President Trump or President Biden do. I'm the only one that does. So I'm the only one that could conceivably meet that criteria.
Right. And what's interesting is the Biden camp clearly don't want you anywhere near it, but Donald Trump has a rather different view. Let's take a listen.
Crooked Joe Biden does not want RFK Jr. in the debates because Jr. is far left of him, and they would be debating over the same territory. He's also sharper and far more intelligent than Joe. I don't care if Jr. joins the debate, but right now his polling numbers are absolutely terrible. He's not properly qualified in the states, and he seems to be on a downward path. Jr. needs more than his name to get on that stage, but if he gets on there, I would love it.
But first of all, how do you like being called Junior? I mean, you're not exactly a spring chicken.
There's a lot worse stuff that he could call me. I'm not, I expect to be called something by President Trump, and it was funny because he kind of kissed me and slapped me at the same time.
He did, yeah. It was a kiss slap. I've had a few of those from him. I mean, I actually think it would be great for America and for American democracy if you were on that stage. And if you were, and I really think yeah, go on.
I would say this, Piers, is that if you look at President Biden and President Trump, they're 2 very, very different candidates, and that's what their followers each see, and their dispositions are different. Their personalities are very different. Their ambitions for our country, their vision for our country, their ideology, but on the issues that they differ on, it's a very narrow Overton window. It's guns, it's the border, it's abortion, it's trans rights. On the big issues that are really existential for our country, like the national debt, the $34 trillion debt, we're now paying more to service that debt than our military budget. Within 5 years, it'll be 50 cents out of every dollar collected. Within 10 years, 100%. President Trump and President Biden can't talk about it because President Trump ran up $8 trillion more money than every president in the United States history from George Washington to George Bush. He came into office saying that he was going to balance the budget and that he spent more money than all presidents in history. President Biden is on the way to catch him. He will actually exceed that by the end of his term. He's now running up a deficit of, he's adding $1 trillion every 90 days to the deficit. This is existential, and they can't talk about it. They can't talk, both of them are behind the wars, the Ukraine war and the other wars, this addiction to wars. both of them have brought that on. Neither of them can deal with this terrible, poisonous polarization and division that we have in this country. That is more threatening to our democracy than at any time since the American Civil War, since both of them feed on that anger and that vitriol and those accusations and the fear, and they are both the product of it, so they're not going to be able to solve it. And then the chronic disease epidemic that now is debilitating 60% of our kids, they can't do anything about it because they presided over it. Inflation that is destroying our economy, the destruction of the American middle class. They're the ones who ordered the COVID lockdowns, which was the nail in the coffin of the American middle class. In 500 days, we created 500 new billionaires, this new oligarchy of billionaires, and we shifted $4.3 trillion from American working poor and the middle class to this new class of super rich. And they did it. They've mounted this assault on the American middle class, and the only thing they can say is it's not happening. But I spend a lot of time talking to regular, everyday people, and 60% of the people in our country today are making less than the cost of basic human needs. And there's desperation in our country that has never been experienced before in American history, and neither of them has a plan. Neither of them even talks about it. President Biden says we're all doing great. So I think, I'm talking to Americans who want these issues debated, who want to know, what we're going to do about housing costs in this country. There's an entire generation now that is never going to own a home, which is the basic, fundamental fulcrum of the American dream. The promise that if you work hard, you play by the rules, you can buy a home, you can take a summer vacation, you can raise a family, you can put something aside for your retirement on one job. There's nobody in my kids' generation who believes that promise applies to them. And, the housing prices are out of sight because of inflation, number one, but even more importantly, these giant corporations like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard that own 88% of the S&P 500 and now are buying up all of our housing stock and taking that opportunity. If you don't own a house in this country, you can't participate in the American dream because you can't get access to capital. If you own a house, you own equity. You can borrow money. You can pursue your entrepreneurial impulses. You can build a bowling alley or a yoga studio or a saloon or a sporting goods store. But without that, and that's what created the American middle class, is the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. And now we're going from a ownership society to a rental society. And when we do that, we go from being citizens to being subjects. And this is the destruction of everything that we value in America.
If you were on that debate stage, what would be the killer question for you for both Trump and for Biden?
I think the things that I just talked about, what are we going to do about inflation? How do you justify running up these huge deficits? What's the end of it? Where is it going to end? That's what is eating up the American dream. These deficits feed inflation. Inflation is a way of taxing the poor, of taxing the working poor, people on fixed incomes, people on salaries, and it's destroying everything in our country, and neither of them has a plan for dealing with it. And that's what I'm going to hit on them. Where is your plan for making our country affordable again, for rebuilding the American middle class, or rebuilding our industrial base, helping small business in this country, which is under attack? There are a million benefits and subsidies for big business and none for small business in this country. And during COVID, they closed the two of them, closed 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation. And now they're going to those businesses and asking for the money back that we gave them during COVID. And it's just insane. And 41% of black-owned businesses will never reopen. We're seeing the devastation of that in our cities today. Many of these businesses had 3 generations of equity in them, and of hard work, of sweat equity, of financial equity, and it's all gone now. And the American middle class, which is, we're turning into this very stratified society, which, with this extraordinary wealth above and widespread poverty below, and that kind of configuration, peers, cannot support democracy over the long term. It's too unstable.
And talking of preserving democracy, how did you feel about Donald Trump becoming a convicted felon? Do you agree with the Republicans and a lot of independents, actually, that it was a ridiculous weaponization of the justice system over what should have been just a state misdemeanor, massively overreached, and now will unleash a series of tit-for-tat attempts to imprison political leaders in America, making it almost a banana republic?
Yeah, I agree with you. And, the framers of the United States Constitution were very, very conscious of the history in England, where the king would often jail his opponents in Parliament on their way to Parliament, right, on contrived charges. And so we pass in many of our states actually have laws that...
I hate this argument. I hate this so much. Like, I don't care how much of a weaponization well, first off, all right, let's be clear. Trump is most certainly, right, going to weaponize the Justice Department. But everybody keeps forgetting one really specific thing, right? A crime still needs to be committed, right? A crime under the, statute of limitation, unless a law was passed otherwise, just some regulations and stuff, as was the case in New York, a crime still needs to be broken before you do it, right? Because what the issue is, right? This is what's actually going to happen, okay? And this is what's been happening before. What's been happening before is that in the good boy system, okay, is that usually, like, when somebody does something, right, and they have a certain status or a certain level to them, I guess that requires a bit of sensitivity, right? It wouldn't be so much. It'd be a slap on the wrist or a type of resolution that'd be quick, discreet, doesn't bring up too much attention, and gets it resolved quickly, right? What Trump is likely going to do is that should it ever come up that somebody does something that would typically be a type of slap on the wrist, right, he would order the Justice Department to go the full way, right? Oh yeah, no, I don't like this guy. Oh, this is the crime he committed. Go for the max, right? Go for whatever we legally can get out of it, instead of being lenient, right? Strict application of the law, right? That's what we're gonna do. He's not gonna start manifesting charges and court cases out of nowhere. A crime still needs to be committed, right? As long as the person doesn't commit a crime, they have nothing to worry about, right? That is just how it works, right? It's just unfortunate that now, like, you just you need to get a lawyer and you need to be reviewing everything you have from business to personal and make sure you're not doing anything, right, that could potentially be construed as you violating the law, right? Like, just think, right? I think, does Virginia still have it on the books, right? Like in Virginia, for example, right? If you live in Virginia, and for example, if you're an OnlyFans model, right? Did you know that there is technically laws on the book where, like, if you do a sexual act that's like anything other than missionary, right? That is against the law. Isn't that the case? I want to say that's the case, right? Virginia sex position law. I might be getting it mixed up with a different state, but. Oh yeah, but look, see, here we go. Let's see, dumb laws of Virginia's blah blah blah. Crimes. The crimes against nature law was unconstitutional. Refusing to give in. Virginia's notorious conservative attorney general filed a cert petition in the Supreme Court seeking a reversal. They the Supreme Court rejected the application. Crime against nature law. There is a state. Consensual sexual activity laws. It's a crime to have sex with another person when you know that you are infected with an STD. Okay, let me just do this. States law on sex positions. All right, because rare sex laws vary state to state. Yeah, here we go. Washington, D.C. I thought it was Virginia, but I mean, technically D.C. is in Virginia. All right, but I'm not even gonna go there. But it's against the law to have sex with a virgin on any circumstances. But this is what I'm talking about right here, right? People don't understand that like states have like some like really crazy laws on the books. So what Trump's going to likely do is that if it comes to somebody that he doesn't like or like, you know, did whatever to him in the past, he is simply just going to enforce the law like to the fullest extent possible, right? He can't manifest like a court system like a what is it? What the hell is the word I'm looking for, right? A judicial system can't manifest you a crime, right? You still have to do the crime part. So like so like as long as you don't do anything, and unfortunately if you didn't know, right, then I mean that's on you, but it is what it is, right? Like as long as you just don't do any form of crime, then you're good. It don't matter how much of a weaponization that you know he's going to do that he does, because he can't, like, nobody can create a crime. I can't walk you into robbing a bank, you know? Like that's why I really hate that argument or that point that oh, Biden's weaponizing the Justice Department, oh, Trump's going to weaponize Justice Department, oh, he's definitely going to make some changes in the Justice Department and is probably going to like really go after like certain crimes. But just like how like prosecutors have a decision to prosecute a crime and don't, right? It's the same exact thing, right? He's going to sit there, he's just going to order them and be like, yeah, for him, I don't care that, you know, he was what is it? He was jaywalking. Like, just thinking, they jaywalking. Jaywalking's illegal. Let him catch Obama jaywalk one of them blocks over there somewhere. Oh yeah, like that. Like this is stuff like that. It probably won't be exactly that extent, but that's the level in which I would not be surprised if he tries to go to. It's still technically a crime. He jaywalked. He did the crime. Now the Justice Department he has Justice Department going after him. That is that I can kind of see. Not to that extreme, but definitely up there.
No matter what kind of crime a legislature, if the state legislatures commit, you cannot arrest them on his way to the Capitol. And it's a crazy law, but we actually have that in many states. You can commit murder, and they're not allowed to arrest you because they were conscious of that. So, you know, we also, as you know, we have a counterbalancing value in our country, which is we want to make sure that no politician is above the law. But so that if a politician breaks the law, yeah, they have to pay for it too. But prosecutors are supposed to be very, very sensitized to the fact that we don't want America to look like a banana republic, right, or to look at the ancient British model where political opponents, the law enforcement agencies were weaponized against political opponents. And unfortunately, that's what it looks to many people what happened in our country. And I want to say this: I have condemned.
Look, and then oh my god, and then the thing is like Banana Republic, right? You're talking about whole countries. The United States, while yes, a country, is still comprised of a bunch of many different states. This is why in Texas, the person that sat there and shot was it a BLM protester or something? Who did he pardon? Who the hell did a Texas governor pardon, if I could spell governor. Texas governor has pardoned a man convicted of felony shooting. Yes, a BLM protest, right? Back in 2020. Right? This is what I'm understanding, right? Because it would be the same thing. It would be the same thing. But like they need to understand that this is a state decision, right? The thing that happened with Trump in New York, that's a New York state, because even the law that he was charged under, that is New York specific. To be able to upgrade misdemeanors to felonies, that's that. And the way that they did it, that was strictly a New York thing. There's no federal law that can. Let me sorry. You stay over there. There's no federal law that I know of, that I can think of, that's ever been like used to be able to pull something like that off, right? I can't think of any other states that's had something like that. It could be, I don't know, because like I said, like I was just saying, states have a lot of like weird stuff on their books, right? That you just wouldn't know until you find out the the worst way possible. Let me just make sure that's going. So this thing about like, oh, the country's becoming a banana republic, like under what metric? Because like as far as the federal like judicial system's going, I don't see anything like that, right? You got that. I personally don't like that New York law stuff. I don't like that the governor sit there and like he'll sit there and he'll pardon like somebody for shooting a BLM protester, right? And under like some really like strange context, but I mean like it is what it is. This is just the nature of the individual states and how they do their individual sovereignty, I guess, like for lack of a better phrasing for it. Oh my god, man. Like that's so stupid, man. It's so stupid.
President Biden and the DNC's use of law enforcement agencies, including the Secret Service, they won't as political opponents. And unfortunately, that's what it looks to many people what happened in our country. And I want to say this: I have condemned President Biden and the DNC's use of law enforcement agencies, including the Secret Service. They won't give me Secret Service protection.
Which is ridiculous. I do not understand that. Honestly, it is incredible to me that you have this current polling and you're a Kennedy. I mean, and no one is thinking that a popular Kennedy in American political life at the moment should not be properly protected. It's to me insane.
Yeah.
Hold on. Are presidential candidates like just afforded? What? Are presidential candidates allowed Secret Service protection? I could have swore that's only for like an actual president. So that means like once you're like if you win the election, right? You got the president elect and then the actual president. They'll both have Secret Services, and then once like the president officially like pieces out, then then the president becomes the president and then continues with his Secret Service. I've never heard that a presidential elect. I've never heard that any presidential candidate like just gets Secret Service protection just out the rip. Like that would also like not only would that have to be written in law. Well, no, that there would have to be a law or something passed for that too, because then like the congressional like the money appropriation for that to even happen. By law, major presidential and vice president candidates, as identified by a secretary, are eligible for Secret Service protection. Let's see, major. What do they mean by that? Secret Service does not determine who qualifies for protection, nor is the Secret Service empowered to independently initiate candidate protection. Excuse me. Under 18 U.S.C. blah blah blah. Major presidential and vice presidential candidates, as identified by the Secretary of Homeland Security, are eligible for Secret Service protection. Let's see. This authorizes the use of Secret Service to provide protection for major presidential and vice presidential candidates. Criteria has been established by DHS Secretary and Advisory Committee in their decision making as of 2017. When determining whether a candidate for the office of President or Vice President of the United States qualifies as a major candidate, before even reading further, okay, in my mind, for vice presidents, I'm fairly certain it should be automatic if the president and if the presidential candidate is deemed major, right? That should automatically translate to the vice president. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to say there. But for the major one, it would have to be like command like a certain percentage of like polling votes or something like that, right? Because I can't see, like, the only reason why like you could potentially make an argument that RFK is like a major candidate is just because like he's the only one left. You have Biden, Trump, and then RFK. Like that. I don't think that in itself, because hell, like if just like Joe Smo is just choosing to still, you know, run for president when he has no hopes, his name would be on the ballot, potentially, right? I think there's still like some extra rules to it, but like, which I don't even think like all that's even like fully vetted through yet for RFK. I think he said earlier in the interview, right, that he's still like there's still some things he's waiting on before like he's for certain going to be on every ballot in the U.S. So, let's see. The secretary has broad discretion and may consider a variety of factors. These factors include, but are not limited to, whether the candidate has publicly announced his candidacy and has filled the appropriate documentations. Yeah, so this, I mean, okay, so that in itself won't be enough. Whether the candidate is actively campaigning on a national basis for the office for which his or her candidacy has been announced, as demonstrated by operating a national campaign apparatus, regularly appearing at public events in multiple states, producing and publishing campaign advertisements and other similar indicia. So this first one, right, is that, you know, you need to follow paperwork in order to be a candidate to begin with, right? So that just starting off there. So like I can't say I'm running for president and never fill the paperwork and then still expect Secret Service. And then the second one is saying that in doing so and then trying to run for office, I can't focus all my efforts at home or just only in my state. I need to be involved, obviously, in running and doing it across multiple states, right? And then let's see, number 3, a threat assessment conducted by the Secret Service of general specific threats directed towards the candidate. Blah 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 should be defined as explicit threats of bodily harm. Okay, so then like if they get wind of those people that's actively threatening to harm them, okay, yeah, you know that'd be easy, right? Because it could be the case too that, you know, you get a popular candidate and like there's no credible evidence of anybody making the moves to like the harm the man, you know. Okay, I can see that. 4, whether during and within an active and competitive major party primary, the most recent average of established national polls, as reflected by the Real Clear Politics national average for some mechanisms, the candidate is polling at 50% or more for 30% consecutive days. Now, I'm really curious what they mean by, like, so when they say major party. I mean, major party would be Republican or Democratic. I don't know, like, what that would mean on the independent side, or maybe it just inherently includes independent, and maybe they're talking about like the smaller parties, like maybe like the rent's too damn high party or something. But Canada is polling at 15% more or more for 30 consecutive days. Okay, whether the candidate is the formal or de facto nominee of a major party. Oh yeah, so like if it was somebody that used to be president, I mean, but that I think I don't even know why they even add that. Oh, formal. Well, oh, the nominee. So once you're the nominee, then okay. I'm sorry. When I read that, I was thinking like there was somebody that used to be president, but isn't, like, you know, like only for one term and then came back and started running. Right, but then I was about to sit there and say, well, but they're inherently given, like, they have Secret Service protection for life after that, so that couldn't be it. But no, they're saying that once the person's the nominee, or so in the case of like if Joe Biden was for whatever reason pulled out, or Trump, if Trump or Biden was for a reason pulled out, and nobody else is going to compete against them except for like one or two other people. Or except for like one other people, like they literally selected one other person from their parties respectively, they would be the de facto like nominees, and therefore they get the protection inherently. Okay, whether the candidate is an independent or third party candidate, whether the candidate is an independent or third party candidate for President polling at 20% or more Real Clear Politics national after 30 days. Here we go. So there we go. So that answered my question, what I said earlier, right? Because I was like major party. So they were definitely talking about Republican and Democratic. And then here we go when they make specific about the independent or third party candidates at 20% or more. Pollings for JFK. Pollings for JFK. I thought he said he was like 15% or something. Man's not. Yeah, like I'm. This is really close. And then RFK. Yeah, RFK was as high up as almost 20%. 19 back in October of 2023. And he's trailing down. Trailing, going up, going up, going down more, going down more, going down. Look like it's probably gonna plateau about right here. It looks like it's gonna, yeah, so about 7%. Yeah. So here we go. This is the reason why he won't get. Ain't it amazing how we just like, you know, it takes just a, you know, a couple of, just a quick Google search, and then we see the criteria needed for a presidential candidate, and then oops, hit my keyboard here. You know, for a presidential candidate in order to get Secret Service, and then we found out the exact number, 20%. He is nowhere near that, and he's probably not going to ever be nowhere near that, because as it starts getting closer, it's June, July, August, September, October, November. We got 5 more months, and those 5 months, right? He's going to stay really close to where he is, unless something major happens, right? It's still going to be a pretty tight race. You know something? You know what we're going to do? We got our mail-in ballot that I haven't had a chance to open up quite yet. But, yeah, like, I don't know if, here, let me just see if I can bring it close so you can see. Oh, like this right here. Oh, then it's probably in reverse too, so you're probably not even going to be able to read it. Oh yeah, no, actually you can read it. It looks like you can read it just fine. But yep, your ballot has arrived. So, you know what, just for the hell of it, we might just very well just make a video, be like, how to fill in your mail-in ballot, and then mail it off. I might do that tomorrow. We're probably gonna do that tomorrow. I haven't opened it yet. I've had it for like a week now, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But it's about that time. You know, let's open it up, see what it is. I wonder if it's for the primary conventions and not the actual election. That's probably what it is. But then that makes it a great yeah, that makes it a great tool. That makes it a great source of content, I guess, on how to fill out a mail ballot, especially because if it's for like the you know, the actual, because I'm a registered Republican, if it's going to be for like the actual Republican convention, then that'd be easy, right? Then there you go, right? I'll be able to have one that actually show me voting and selecting Donald Trump, right? For that, right? But then if it's the actual like November election thing, then you'll have a video of me showing you that this is you selecting Joe Biden. So yes, this was that one fight. Okay, let me go back to XP. And yeah, cool. Whether the candidate is the vice presidential running mate of the above independent or third party candidate. Wait, so, but it didn't say anything about if he was like of a primary. Why did they even write that like that? It's just if they should have just said whether it was a vice president with running mate of any of the above. All right, let's go back.
President Biden has a statue of my dad, a bust of my dad behind him at the Oval Office, and he must know what happened to my father. You know, in fact, prior to 1968, prior to my father's assassination, the only the nominees of the political party after the convention were entitled to Secret Service protection. So my dad didn't have Secret Service protection. He was relying on football players from the Oakland Raiders and the Dallas Cowboys, the Fearsome Foursome. Those were his guards. And when he was up in Northern California, the Black Panther Party provided him protection, but he did not have any official federal protection. And after he was killed, Congress changed the law, and all of the candidates who ran that year, George Wallace, Gene McCarthy,
What I'm gonna do is like, how much longer is this? Ooh, this is a full hour? Oh no. Oh no. I'll get this until like the 30-minute mark, and then after that, I'm actually gonna start editing like the other past streams and start cutting those up and start actually getting content posted.
We're all given protection. Since then, the law has been that 120 days out from the November election, you're entitled to it. I should be entitled to it. I don't know if they'll still try to deny it to me, but the president has discretion to give it to other people, and nobody has ever been denied who's requested. I'm the first candidate in history whose requested Secret Service protection has been denied. I've had several.
Johnson, you're fired. Why? It's not.
Yeah, like that's like. Well, it's a good thing we just read it. We know why, because he doesn't meet the requirements. He just doesn't. He doesn't have to
pull.
pull.
My house, including a mentally ill person, making it to the second story when my family was home. I've had a guy show up at one of my events demanding to see me with concealed shoulder holsters, loaded with magazines and a laser-sighted pistol in his backpack. And before he left his home, he created a TikTok account and left a goodbye message saying, "If I don't return from this mission alive, contact your commander in chief." So he was. It was a very, very, let's say, suspicious incident. And he was luckily my security detail, Captain Backers Association, spotted that. Look, he was wearing fake federal ID, so he had a fake U.S. Marshal badge, and he had fake picture ID, federal picture ID on his belt. And my security detail noticed that badge was a little too shiny, and so they surrounded him, and the police came and arrested him. But the Secret Service itself, we provided them 68 pages of detailed death threats and other threats against me, and they examined my case, and they said that I was at a accelerated risk. So that was a Secret Service finding, but the White House still has refused to give me protection. Now, I do want to say this, that I believe the DNC is weaponizing all these agencies right now, including, we saw from my case, Biden versus Kennedy, from the Murphy versus Biden case, from the.
Oh my gosh! So now it's the DNC weaponizing agencies. I thought it was Biden. It's because Biden's the executive guy. He's the executive guy. He's the one that has control over these agencies.
Twitter files that the law enforcement agencies have been now dragooned into censoring American, including the CIA, the FBI, CISA, the DHS, the NIH, CDC, and FDA. But President Trump also, when he ran, was saying, and this is the point that you made, he was the one who introduced this concept by saying, "Oh, we're going to lock Hillary up, and we're going to appoint a special prosecutor to jail her." So now we've got this kind of tit for tat thing going, and it is really, really dangerous for American democracy, and we got to end it. We can't turn our country into a banana republic.
No, and you need to be properly protected. Have you tried to contact President Biden personally?
And like I said, stuff ain't gonna happen unless you actually commit a crime. And so the thing is like with Hillary Clinton, the emails, right? You still need first off, it wasn't even her. It was the other person, like whoever it was that was managing the stuff. So it couldn't even, unless she was to find evidence that showed her directing him to delete like whatever identified emails, then maybe you might have something. But my understanding of it was that there was a request made for emails that related to such and such topics, right? She told the person, get emails related to such and such topics. They did it. They performed maintenance and then purged whatever other emails that they deemed was not related or deemed unimportant, or whatever it was the criteria. And then that was it. And then it became discovered that, it turns out that some of those emails they deleted were potentially actually related to it, right? But again, right, like you'd have to show a clear pipeline from her and the instructions that she gave, and then the person actually doing it, right? Think of like Trump, like when Trump, because if that's the case, then and if you want to go with that, if you want to argue, right, then she should definitely get it. Then you shouldn't have no problem with what Trump's going through with the classified documents case. Then you shouldn't have a single problem, right? Because one of the key things we got, they have hard evidence for video proof of, right? I was about to say 4K. Video proof of is that this man told them to go hide these documents, and then they went and they hid the documents, right? When the feds were trying to get these documents back, right? They had the video evidence. So then there shouldn't be no problem then, right? If you believe the shit with Hillary Clinton, how Hillary Clinton should be potentially prosecuted. But that's my understanding of it. They looked at it, right? They couldn't find anything that showed that she was, you know what? Why am I even? Why would I talk? Why? Why? Give me a new tab, damn it. Give me a new tab, right? Hillary Duff. Hillary Clinton email prosecution. The FBI did not find direct evidence that Secretary Clinton's personal email domain was successfully hacked. They assessed it. Possible email controversy. What about during her tenure as blah 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 by using a private email server for official public communications rather than use official State Department email accounts maintained. After a year-long FBI investigation, it was determined that Clinton's server did not contain any information or emails that were clearly. Oh, how beautiful! But you know what they're saying? Oh, you can't look at the Wikipedia post. No, why would you look at the Wikipedia post? Hillary Clinton claimed that zero emails were more classified. I thought there were emails. I thought there was emails that was retroactive, right? Retroactive. So I guess technically that would be true, but that'd be a bit misleading because my understanding was that the emails were retroactively. The fact is that I had zero emails that were classified. Just from an investigation of classified documents found that brought inevitable comparison to the controversy over Hillary Clinton's private email server that she used while Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. FBI investigation into her emails arguably tipped the close 2016 presidential election of Trump. And that was just like, and I ain't gonna lie to you, this, of all the other problems, this was like the most stupidest thing I saw. By far. Like this shit with like her and the email thing, and then like with what's his name? Was it James Comey? Like when he at the last minute, then it's like open an investigation. It was, that whole thing was just like so stupid. It was so stupid. Bro, I thought I told you to like start. There we go. During the contest between blah blah blah, we wrote 16 fact checks on the email issue, frequently awarding Pinocchios to Clinton for legalistic parsing. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying, right? Because like that could technically be true, but like my understanding is that the emails she had were later marked classified, so that's not entirely true what she's saying. But in light of the Trump investigation, Clinton is trying to draw a distinction between Trump's current travails and the probe that targeted her. It's worth reviewing what we know about the emails that Clinton received on private email after FBI Director James Comey in 2016 announced there would be no criminal charges brought against Clinton. Congressional hearings and several more investigations that received little media attention revealed new details. To some extent, mitigates what Comey said at the time. As shown in an FBI photo of some of the documents seized from Trump, many have clear markings indicating they contain highly sensitive classified information, right? And that's like what's crazy to me, and like why exactly she say. I mean, if you're the Secretary of State, right? I personally would have believed that like your communications inherently would have to have been like, if you was working in an official capacity, like with another official state, you're like whatever communications you have and would have to inherently be classified in some way. So that's why like I don't know what it is. She's sitting there, she's like obviously trying to like use some legalistic gymnastics over there, because like granted, while she sends an email, it may not necessarily have like classified markers, but it probably should have been. Clinton tweet suggested none of her emails were marked classified. That's technically correct. Yeah, see, whether those emails contain classified information was a major focus of the investigation, but a review of the recent investigations, including the information obtained by the fact checker, shows Clinton had good reason for making a distinction with Trump. What Comey said at a July 5th, 2016 news conference, Comey said from the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department, 110 emails and 52 email chains have been determined by the only agency that contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. He added that out of thousands of emails we found that were not among those produced to state agencies, have concluded that 3 of those were classified at the time that were sent or received, one at the level. Okay, so here we go, right? This is, now I want you to pretend you have this argument in front of a jury, okay? There's thousands of emails. Thousands. There's thousands of emails that won't turn over, right? My understanding, right, is that they did a search. They pulled all emails that were clearly, meant to be turned over, meant to belong to the state, and then other emails that they deemed like were like personal in nature somewhat, right, were to just be deleted. From a reasonable person, points of view, right? If I see that, okay, so then like they turned over what they were turned over, and then they deleted thousands of emails, and out of thousands of emails, right, plural, so 2,000 or more, you found three emails out of thousands. You found 3 emails, right, that were potentially that you could say were potentially deleted by mistake, right, or identified or labeled by mistake. That's why that, and then you want to compare that to Trump, right, who had documents that took said documents from the White House, that took said documents that were clearly marked as classified from the White House, that took said documents that were clearly marked as classified that he could have declassified but chose not to do so, right? That took said documents that were classified that he could have declassified but chose not to do so, and then tried to hide it from the feds when he asked for those documents back. Like it's the comparison is night and day. There's no relation. There just isn't, right? Like this email thing was so stupid, but like to sit there and try to like compare it to like what Trump's stuff with the classified documents is like just is ludicrous. Referring to 7 email chains, and then the worst thing too is then they're talking about email chains, right? So it could have been the case that it was message, classified, message, Hillary Clinton, right? I don't even know what I'm even making the case for. Referring to 7 email chains that concern issues classified at the top secret, blah blah blah. There's evidence to support conclusion that any reasonable person in Secretary Clinton's position or in the position of those government employees with whom she was corresponding about these matters should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation, right? This more than likely true. I have no idea. Nobody. No, you take government out of the equation, right? If you work at a business, right, and you are like in the like corporate side of said business, right, especially if you're on the executive corporate side of said business, right, there would be no reason whatsoever you're discussing business related matters on your own private email. You should be using your business email to be sending those correspondence, not your personal email. You really shouldn't even be doing it through text messages to other like executives or whatever, right? Everything should be ran through official business communication channels. Under no circumstances should you be using your own personal stuff for work related matters, because then this is how you get wrapped up into this BS like this. With his email thing. And then as a matter of fact, then wasn't Trump's daughter in the same boat? Like didn't she end up doing something? That's a quick Google that we're not gonna spend too much time on, but we're gonna look. Here you go. Was it Ivanka? Yeah, Ivanka Trump email private email. I'm gonna just say scandal because if I say private email, what is it gonna be? Ivanka. Oh, look, see, here it is. Let's see what the here. See what the. Let's see what. Personal email account to send hundreds of emails about government business last year. See, there we go. All right, it's the same shit. Why do people do this? This like it's something in the water. There's something in the water. Like when you get into like government jobs, there must be something in the water that you drink, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Under no circumstances should you be doing that. That's just that. State Department has both classified and unclassified systems, known informally as the high side and the low side. Classified system as tight controls. Yes, but sometimes classified information seeped into email exchanges. In one instance, State Department official forwarded a newspaper article. Then the secret exchanges aides revealed sensitive details about a secret program as they discussed. Yep, see, this is exactly how I actually envisioned it. This stuff would actually would actually come through, right? Right, because it would start off with unclassified, with non-classified related matters, and then somebody would say something or bring something up or certain information, right, that would be related to something that's actually classified. And that's what I was saying. Email chain, But like, come on, bro. I tell you, I do this all day. Email chain, classified information, email chain, Hillary. Right? That I can promise you that's almost exclusively exactly how it played out. I promise you that's probably like if you actually had to classified emails yourself, I'm telling you that's probably what you'd see. All right. The senders use unclassified emails because of operational tempo, that is, the need to get information quickly. The senior State Department officials at times when the recipients lack access to classified systems, said a nearly 600-page Justice Department Inspector General report released in 2018 that critically examined Comey's decision to announce the results of the Clinton probe himself. To accomplish this, senders often refrain from using specific classified facts or terms in emails or wordy emails carefully in an attempt to avoid transmitting classified information, right? Yes. This makes perfect sense. Okay. Many of the emails in question were sent late at night or on weekends, and probably somebody was like, just like, fuck it, man. I'm not about to sit here and be coded with you. And just like, nigga, we're assassinating him tonight. Or we're going to do him like Terminator, right? And then all reference to like, classified moves. There was no evidence that the senders or former Secretary Clinton believed or were aware at the time that the emails contained classified information. And this is the key right here, right? Because this is where, right, you would have a legal problem. This is where this is where you'd have a problem, right? If you do so, because you either get negligence or you get intent, right? It would have to be either gross negligence, which that's actually a perfect example. You know what? If this is still in the statutory limitations, this could be something that Trump could potentially actually do, right? This right here, right? That like you definitely can't argue intent on this one, but you could probably argue negligence, and it'd be like she's sitting there using a a personal server or personal email address for her work as Secretary of State, which would have obviously dealt with like really important secret matters. Gonna get her ass. Yeah. This is oh yeah, you'd be able to wipe your hands off on that one. Yeah. This one he'd sit there, put it in front of a jury, they're gonna get her. And that's that, right? Because like the rules will be clear about negligence, even though this is something they just be like, all right, like sure, circumstances a bit messy and whatnot, but we're gonna, we'll just slap on the wrist, or tell you like don't do it again, and then move on with our lives, right? No, not under Trump. Under Trump, yeah, no, put it through the court system. Put it through the court system. Damn, all in one go. Damn, all in one go. Sheesh. Okay. Can't believe like she's. I tell you, boy, Liz, like Queen Liz, is like a beast. Crazy. I literally did that in a minute. The emails were classified markings. In this news conference, Comey said 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received. At the time, he said 1 was marked secret and 2 confidential. But a congressional hearing 2 days later, he said all were marked confidential, the lowest form of classification. Moreover, he acknowledged that markings A, C were contained in the body of text, and contrary to standard practice, there was no header at the top alerting someone that this was classified material. He told lawmakers that without a header, it was a reasonable inference that the material wasn't classified. Because again, email chain, classified, email chain, Hillary, right? Nothing up top. A reason I sit there argue I didn't read like all the way down the bottom. Just the very last message that was sent to me. Hey Hillary, unless they would sit there and tell me something about going back and look at something specific. Or he could have just been asking, hey, Hillary, are we good to do X, Y, and Z, right? And it's something that I could answer without even going through the body at all. Yeah, it's a cakewalk. It's a cakewalk. But we're actually going to stop right here because, like I said, this is so different from Trump. The Trump State Department investigations, that there was cause to believe that she was responsible for 41 mishandlings of class information, both infractions or violations. Right, and then here's the thing too: mishandling. Yeah. See, there is no law my understanding is that there's not even a law. There isn't even a law about making it illegal to mishandle classified information. They're just rule violations. They're literally just rule violations. Like you don't go to jail for mishandling classified documents. You go to jail for what you do with classified documents. If it was the case that I was just sitting there and like I was taking classified documents with me to the house, right, when I shouldn't have been, and just leave them at the home, and then like they found out whatever, and then I give them back, right? Like they can sit there, they could fire, they'll fire you or whatever, right? But you're not going to jail. You're not going to jail. Now, if you sat there and you took classified documents and then you started doing things like trying to give it to like China or something, right? Then yeah, then now you're talking about, what is it, like espionage or whatever? Like, yeah, no, you most certainly about to get the business. But see how like that's like espionage, right? It doesn't necessarily tie directly to classified documents per se, right? That's not something unique necessarily to the classified documents, because then you got corporate espionage and whatnot. So but it gets dirty. It do get dirty over there. Come on, open this up. My boy is really he is really walking slow. Trying to make it. That's funny. Wait, what's his thing? 178, and I only get to use him. I guess they did that just so in case. They should give you an option that like if you happen to even have him, that you can choose either to use like the provided one or your own if you want to, especially if you want to try to make use of the XP, man. But let's see. That's lower. Okay, so 40 related to, okay, believe responsible for 41. 40 related to particular emails, and 1 related to the use of a premium service itself. That's lower than the 110 email cited by Comey, but he said it's possible each email chain might be considered a security infraction. Comey had referred to 52 email chains. At the end of the process, the Tillerson State Department agreed there was no classified material in the 40 emails cited, but found that her use of the permit itself was a security violation. Without respect to any particular email, Kendall said, providing a copy of June 19 letters to the state, saying Clinton had no individual culpability for the email security violations. Though not publicized at the time, these findings were not surprising, since both the state secretary and her State Department colleagues based their emails on the work of the department was doing and did not believe any emails contained classified information. Right, there you go. Right, this is all overdone. I wish they would have then contrasted with Trump stuff, but that's just what it is. This is, and well, I guess you could say, I was about to say this was done under Trump, but technically they're gonna argue it was a swamp or other insiders or whoever, and all that's why bother? Why bother arguing it? But yeah, that is that.
Yeah, I have, and my family has talked to him. I've reached out to Senator Chuck Schumer because, what the White House says is, well, there's this little committee in Congress led by Chuck Schumer. It's 3 people, and they say that you shouldn't get protection. So they're pointing to Chuck Schumer and saying it's his fault. But, it's Biden's choice. President Biden has the discretion, and he doesn't even need,
I
as you
have
point
got
out,
to.
he
Can
doesn't
I at
even need
least?
to look at
Can
the
I
Secret Service
like
report.
what?
He knows what happened to my dad. He knows what happened to my uncle. He knows, my Uncle Teddy, when he ran, he was given Secret Service protection by Carter, who hated his guts.
Right.
But he still had the decency to give him Secret Service protection 551 days out before he even declared. When people knew that he was thinking of declaring, President Carter wrapped him in Secret Service protection. I'm not worried about my own safety. I don't think like that. But I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about their safety. I'm worried about bystanders. When my father was killed, 6 bystanders were shot, including one of his best friends, Paul Schrade, who was shot in the head. When my uncle was shot, there were numerous bystanders, including Governor Conley, who were shot. When President Reagan was shot, other people were badly, wounded, permanently disabled from that. And almost every assassination attempt we've had, there's been bystanders shot. So I am worried about their safety. I've made that clear to Chuck Schumer in a series of letters and communications to him.
It's ridiculous.
And to the White House. And and no response.
Utterly ridiculous. Shameful, actually. Shameful that a Kennedy running for president is not being given proper protection after what happened to your family. I'm going to keep on that, actually. I'm going to write a column about that. I want to talk to you just.
Well, thank you, Piers. I appreciate
Well, no,
it.
because I remember you telling me late last year, and I just couldn't believe it hasn't been fixed. Just hearing you talk about it the way you just did, and the precedent it sets, and what happened to other members of your family who did get it, just makes no sense to me that anyone would want to take the risk. Just no sense whatsoever. It's actually disgraceful.
Well, you know, like I say, I'm not worried about my own safety. But
No, I
I think it's
understand.
good for our country. You know, people think that the federal agencies are now weaponized for political processes and not just doing what they obviously should be doing.
Absolutely, completely. I want to talk to you just separate of this about Israel and Ukraine, because you've been very supportive of Israel in the war with Hamas, but very unsupportive of America helping Ukraine against Russia. And I'm just curious how you see the ideological difference, because from where I sit, currently in London, but from where I sit, you have a Russian dictator illegally invading a sovereign democratic European country, and that country struggling to repel the Russian invader and desperately needing our help, and America remains the number one help it could possibly have, and we all know that. And so America's assistance to Ukraine may or may not determine whether they can stop a Russian victory. And in Israel, they are attacked by Hamas, October 7th, horrendous attack, and they're responding, and they're trying to get their hostages, and there's a lot of controversy about how they are executing that war. But you're fully supportive of them responding to that invasion on October the 7th. How do you differentiate? I mean, obviously they're different situations, but ultimately it's about the same kind of principle of a people being attacked and then having the right to defend themselves. And America is very supportive at the moment of both. Why do you object to one, not the other?
Yeah, it's contextual, Piers, and here's the reason. I'm anti-war. I think most of the wars that we fought over the past 100 years were immoral wars. I think the only war that we fought that was actually a moral war was World War II, because it wasn't a war of choice. It was a war where we were attacked. It was a defensive war. We were attacked by an implacable enemy, and it had declared its intention to destroy Western democracies, Western values, and to conquer the world, to establish essentially a German caliphate that they called the Third Reich. But most of our wars, including World War I, were wars of choice. My grandfather protested World War I, lost a lot of his friendships, but it was a war to benefit bankers and arms dealers. And I think the Ukraine war is the same. It's a war of choice. It's a war we should never have had. It's a war that President Putin, we provided the provocation, which was our insistence, irrational insistence, of putting NATO into Ukraine. We were involved, of course, in the overthrow of the democratically elected Ukrainian government in 2014, and then we put in our government sympathetic to the United States, which invited NATO into the country, which since 1992, the Soviet leadership, long before Putin, was saying that's a red line for us, and Russia has good reason for that. We wouldn't let nuclear weapons be put in Cuba. I was there in 1962, and this is on its border. It's 4 minutes from Moscow, but for Aegis missile systems. We've already put the Aegis missile Tomahawk systems in Romania, in Poland. Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time they were invaded through Ukraine, Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians. So they have a rational national security interest in making sure that Ukraine is not occupied by a hostile army. And they've been very clear with us about that. Our own diplomats, from George Kennan, Bill Pierce, Bill Perry, the leading diplomats in our country, have said if you go into Ukraine, you're going to force a violent response from Russia. Now, even after that, Russia, after 2014, after we overthrew the government of Ukraine, Russia said, and Donbass and Lugansk voted to join Russia. Putin said, I don't want them. I want them to stay part of Ukraine, but let's have a treaty, the Minsk Accords. And the key part of the Minsk Accords is that Ukraine would remain neutral. We wouldn't put NATO in Ukraine. So Zelensky runs. He's an actor and a comedian, never been involved in politics, but he wins with 70% of the vote in a landslide. Why? Because he said, I'm going to sign the Minsk Accords and make peace with Russia. People of Ukraine wanted peace. And then what happens? The U.S. government, Victoria Nuland, and his own right-wing people within Ukraine forced him to pivot, so he didn't sign the Accords. Putin then goes into the country, but he's only sent 40,000 troops. Clearly, he doesn't want to conquer a nation of 44 million people. And Putin himself says this. He says, I just want them back at the negotiating table. The United States under Biden won't help him. So Zelensky goes to Naftali Bennett of Israel and to Erdogan in Turkey, and he says, will you help me negotiate a new peace agreement with Putin? Erdogan says yes. They negotiated with the former Israeli Prime Minister and Prime Minister Erdogan in Istanbul. They initial a treaty, and the only thing they really want is that NATO doesn't go into Ukraine. And Putin, after they initial it, begins withdrawing his troops from Kiev. Then what happens? President Biden sends Boris Johnson in April of 2022 to the Ukraine and forces Zelensky to tear up that agreement. So we had peace in our hands, a very, very beneficial and satisfactory peace. And President Biden made Zelensky tear it up. Since then, there's been at least 500,000 Ukrainian kids who have died unnecessarily on the front line. And we are, and who's making all the money? Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed, Blackstone, all of our military contractors, who are the ones who wanted NATO in there, because when NATO goes in there into a new country, those countries have to conform their weapons purchase specifications to NATO specifications.
Okay, all right. So let me respond to you, because NATO has not gone into Ukraine, though. Ukraine is not a NATO member yet. If it was, then Putin wouldn't have invaded, because NATO has a duty to defend its members. Secondly, I would point out that Ukraine was hang on, let me finish. Ukraine was also urged to give up its nuclear defences, which now looks like a very stupid decision. Thirdly, in 2014, you've neglected to mention that Putin took Crimea. He also attacked Georgia. This is, to me, you're painting a very benevolent, trusting view of Vladimir Putin. Someone who seems to me to be a pretty terrible...
You know what's crazy? Why is it that, like, Barack Obama and Donald Trump both told people, do not trust these Russians and this gas pipeline. Don't do it. You're setting yourself up to be in a position that you don't want to be in case things go south. Oh, well, Putin wouldn't want to do that. He's being honest, Jerry. He just wants these things, right? There's not going to be no problems. It wouldn't possibly, there's business and stuff, we wouldn't sit there and do something like that. So why would he sit there and do something? It's like we forget, my God, bro, why do we forget history? This is the problem, bro, if I was president, right? my two actual primary concerns would be the budget and education. That'd be it. Those would be my two, because like those two would influence everything else. And education is especially, because it's like why are we forgetting? Why are we forgetting? Right? How like we've gone through this before in the history, right? Didn't this shit happen with with Hitler, with Hitler, and how he initially was able to conquer like the first couple of countries, right? Oh my god. And then you're sitting there and like you're building this gas pipeline, and then you're relying so much you need from this Russian gas pipeline, and then we're sitting there telling you from two different presidencies, right? Don't do it. All right, you're setting yourself up for failure if you rely too much on this gas pipeline. Then the Ukraine stuff happens, right? Then what happened? Oh yeah, you know, we need to shut down this gas for maintenance, right? But we need gas, you know. You know, that's like 40. What was it? 40%. I think it's like 40% of like their supply or something. It was a significant chunk. Maybe it was like 30, like 30 to 40%. It was like somewhere around there. It could have been 20, but I think it was like 30, 40, right? We need so much. That don't matter. Ching, right? It was just like it was so obvious. Like it was so obvious. So then like to sit here and of course this man, ooh man, that is a bad that is a bad freeze frame on that man. But like you know to sit there and like I don't understand why these people like praise this man to the degree that they're willing to praise him. Like it's crazy.
Russian dictator who was former KGB, didn't like the fact the Soviet Union got broken up, and is now on a mission to restore as much of that power as he possibly can, whilst making himself extremely rich in the process and oppressing his people. I'm just curious why you're so like generous towards him and so ungenerous towards Ukraine, who are in the end they are a sovereign democratic European nation, and they were invaded not just by 40,000, they were invaded by a lot more than 40,000. I've been to Kyiv. I mean, there were 150,000 Russian troops on that border, and they committed massacres. They committed massacres in places like Bucha, which were contemptible.
Which is the same thing. Like just to sit there and say he went in there with 40,000 troops, like. That's just because that's what he thought. That's all he was going to need to achieve the objectives he wanted, right? And he got stalled all along the way because, like, as he was getting close to like the actual capital, right, and along with the weather, right, because the weather wasn't helping him at all. Well, by weather, I mean like the way like the defrosting was happening. It was fucking up the tank treads or whatever. Yeah. At the end of the day, he had a lot more than 40,000 troops prepared.
Destroyed cities like Mariupol, completely destroyed them, and have carried on trying to raise as much of Ukraine to the ground as they can. So my question, why are you so benevolent towards Putin and so trusting of him?
Well, I'm not trusting of Putin. I don't think you need to trust Vladimir Putin in order to see what happened in Ukraine. You know, the U.S. it was involved in provocations, and if you look at the CIA. Peers spent $5 billion overthrowing the government through USAID in funding the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It was only after we put our people in, and by the way, Victoria Nuland, the Deputy Director of the State Department, you can go on and listen to her taped conversations with the U.S. ambassador a month before the coup d'etat, in which she is picking the new heads of the Ukrainian cabinet. Vladimir Putin says this, and his rational response to that is to invade Crimea. I'm not excusing it, and I'm not excusing Putin's invasion of Donbass and Lugansk. It is rational, and it was predictable that Putin was not going to let the United States take away its only warm water port. The only way for him to control his warm water port in Vladivostok was to go into Crimea. And by the way, he didn't fire a shot. He didn't kill a single Crimean because they wanted him in there. They voted to have them in there. So I'm not defending Vladimir Putin. I know who Putin is, and he's very open about the fact that he kills his political enemies. He's not a nice guy.
Right. Do you feel comfortable, Robert, with the idea of Putin winning this war? Do you not see it as many do as a precursor to a very dangerous shift in power in the global order if he does?
No, we've shifted the power by forcing this war on them. First of all, I'm not, what I'm saying is we should be negotiating with them. He's asked to negotiate. He's repeatedly asked to negotiate.
What would you give him?
President, I'm not going to tell you what I would give him. I'm running to be the leader of the country. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do in negotiate. But I spend my career has been about negotiations. I've negotiated 500 lawsuits. I know, and you don't trust the person on the other side of the negotiation. I can imagine, I would negotiate something that looked like the Minsk Accords or looked like the April 2022 arrangement. And what we've done here is we have destroyed American power. We have forced.
So either he doesn't have a plan because he doesn't actually really want to think about it, or he would just sit there and tell him like, look, like kind of like what's the one that a lot of people are, the growing consensus is that Russia is just going to get to keep what he's taken. I mean, that's just what it is. It's just that is your Crimea. And the reason why, like, nobody wants to, at least on the Biden side, right? Why nobody wants to take that, really sit there and like say like what it should be, is because at the end of the day, like rightfully so, it needs to be Ukraine's decision on what they're going to want to do. If Ukraine was like, look, you know what, we'll sit there and we'll just, cut our ties or whatever, then it is what it is, right? They'll accept it, and then that should finally be over with, right? But which is, you know, even if that's something that they're hoping for, that's not something they're not at all going to say, right? Because they want that to be 100% Ukraine's decision, right? Because only, you know, only rightfully so Ukraine should make that. You let anybody else sit there and do it, and that's something that they'll force upon the Ukrainians, which you can, I guess, you can make some arguments for why it might be good to force that on them, but let's see, there's a strong breeze going through. Is my AC on? I don't hear it. Wow. I didn't know the fans. I gotta go check that because it shouldn't only be on one. But anyway, yeah. I mean, there could be arguments that can be made about why it should be probably forced on them. Like if there's just really no hope in sight, because you do have a thing where, like, thinking like Japan almost, like back in World War II, Japan almost didn't surrender, almost didn't surrender after we dropped the second nuke. After we dropped the second route, they almost didn't surrender. What it was I think it was like sometime shortly after that. I think it was when it was like, then the Russians. That's when the Russians were like, they were going to like also then go after Japan, and then that's when they were like, all right, whatever. Otherwise, like, you know, Japan would have been probably significantly different from what we see it now if they didn't surrender the way they did, right? And some nations, I mean, you know, some nations and some prides of like other countries, right, can be like that sometimes, where, like, you know, it'd be better for them to give up or face utter destruction, and they'd rather the utter destruction, I guess. But no, he's most certainly in the camp where he'll just be like, Putin gets to keep everything that he's invaded, right? You keep everything you invaded, and we cut it, and then that's it, right? And I would like to hope that would then translate into then letting Ukraine join NATO, right? If he says he can keep it, and he can stop, if you stop the war, we'll let you keep what you have, and we won't let Ukraine join NATO. If he was to make that kind of concession, that would be crazy.
We've demonstrated the weakness of American power in Europe. We've demonstrated the fact that we can't do what America's supposed to be able to do, which is to reclaim that country that we're not able to. We can't get equipment over there. We forced Russia into a very dangerous alliance with China. We've made Putin immensely popular in his own country. We forced the rise of BRICS, which is now threatening the domination of the American dollar as the global reserve currency. And we put Putin in a position where his economy is stronger than it's ever been and more independent from the world economy, which means he has the capacity to do bad things to the world economy.
But if you were president,
we've made Russia stronger than ever.
But if you're president,
wait, how do you make yourself significantly independent? Hold on, I'm just looking at this real quick. I thought someone was about to kick off. How do you make yourself independent from the world economy and then be in a position to be able to wreak havoc onto it? That to me makes no sense. But this idea thing that's like, we made the BRICS. I'm assuming he says BRICS. I'm assuming he's referring to like the currency, right? And then like in comparison to the US dollar. I could be wrong on that, but I mean, there's significantly a lot more that goes to that, and it's not just that I'm not even gonna really comment that, because I'm not even like even all too smart. I just know that there's just a lot more to it than what he's likely sitting there and like trying to sell you. But this thing with like the Russian economy being stronger than it's ever been, I'm pretty sure that's false, right? I think it's more resilient now than it's ever been, because a lot of like the sanctions and bites that were going to happen like have taken full effect. So like now, like whatever, by resilient I mean like stable now, like, you know, like whatever is like that low point where like they're not getting this amount of stuff or feeding or extracting this amount of revenue or whatnot. Like I think all that's now finally realized on their end. Russian economy compared to before war. Russia's economy is now completely driven by the war in Ukraine. It cannot afford to lose, but nor can it afford to win. 2 years after its full-scale invasion in Ukraine, Russia is still facing an unprecedented number of economic sanctions. It has been excluded from major global financial services, and around 260 billion of its central bank assets have been frozen. Russian airspace is closed to most Western planes, and Western ports are closed to Russian vessels. Formal cap on has been imposed on buying oil. Yep, see, these are all the sanctions. Sanctions have had an effect. It is around 7% lower than the pre-war forecast. Despite all this, Russia's economy has not collapsed, but it does look very different, as it's not entirely focused on a long war in Ukraine, which is actually driving economic growth. Yeah, like I said, because at some point, right, all these sanctions stuff, this is going to bottom out, right? Like whatever the negative impacts are, like they're going to hit their point where like, all right, this is the extent of where it is, and then from there, right, then the Russians can sit there and start like adjusting their economy to try and build up a little bit. It will be a far cry from what it used to be, but there will obviously be some type of level of growth, right? It's like when what was it? What's those rental companies, right? That were like about to go out of business, like Enterprise or whatever, and like how their stock prices like just bottom out. Like it's only gonna go but so low, and then if things start to improve, even it will never be like the same as before. You're still going to see like some type of improvement from where it started. So, in fact, IMF expects Russia to experience GDP growth of 2.6% this year. That's significantly more than Ukraine at 6%, EU at 9%. And see, the thing is that like people don't understand that like these GDP numbers, right? Like the actual amounts like matter. So, like the GDP growth, like if somebody had a GDP, like if their GDP economy had an output of like $100 a year, right, and then they had $200 a year, you'd be talking about a 200% GDP, right? But then that's $200, right? So that's not much. Versus like somebody that had like $10,000, right, and now they're at like $12,000. You know, you're talking about like 20%. Yeah, you talk about like, well, let me show you. I can't do math. 20%. You're talking about like a 20%. I know I can do that, but 20% of growth, right? Which isn't as impressive as a 200% GDP. But then when you look at the underlying numbers, you're like, oh no, this 20% is way better than this 200%. Shit, I did not mean to click on that. 50 compared to 5.1%. Okay. Let's see. Similarly, Russia's budget deficit, the amount the government needs to borrow, is on track to remain below 1% of GDP compared to 5.1% of UK and 2.8% of EU. I think the UK is just now, like in the last 2-3 years, started like tacking on debt. They usually do a good job not doing debt. But I think a lot of countries actually do a really good job trying not to tack on debt. We're the only ones that just sit there and we just seem to be borrowing like we're out of our goddamn minds. One reason for this relative resilience is Russia's strong independent central banking. Since 2022, it has imposed massive interest rate hikes, currently at 60% to control inflation. Still at see, isn't that crazy, right? That they put their interest rates at 16%, which tamp inflation down. They only popped it at 7%. I think ours were higher, but that's just because we weren't trying to put the interest rate as high, because what do the interest rate impact? It impacts businesses more than anything else, right? You as a regular person, like you can give two shits about interest rates, because like unless you have a credit card, right, that with the variable like APR that's going to adjust with them, but then you just don't use your credit card, right? You could just sit there and just pay for cash, right? All of your actual necessities. Or you could use your credit card and then make sure you pay it off before like the interest, before it can get charged the interest, which is usually like 60 days from a balance, right? The 60-day mark, well, the second billing month of when you held that balance, right? First month is reported, you owe a balance, here's your minimum payment. If you don't pay this thing in this balance in its entirety, you get charged interest, right? So that's why you get that's why you technically get 2 months before you start getting interest on a particular balance. But God, man, but that's so crazy. But you won't see any of these guys that like kind of like be on the Russian side bring this up, that that the interest and stuff, they was able to keep it under control by putting interest rates through the roof, because a lot of these people also are like business owners or stuff, or like have some type of like stake in some like major business dealings. So it's just it's just all the same. And why can't I this, man? Let me see. Russian firms have also learned to sidestep sanctions, with the oil cap being a prime example. In theory, No Russian oil should be traded with the rest above the cap, which would have a massive impact on Russia's public finances. In practice, it's been circumvented by a large dark fleet of uninsured vessels and the use of accounting loopholes. While sanctioning countries are trying to tighten the rules, Russia's public offers have actually been flooded with oil money. Yeah, because now we can get the oil for so cheap, and that's the thing, right? Then we start getting into like corporate greed and whatnot, right? Because like if you're gonna arbitrarily make the oil prices low, if I can somehow get my hands on Russian oil for cheap, and then resell it in the regular Western market without getting caught that this is Russian oil, right? It's easy profit all day. It is easy profit all day. $60 a barrel, and then I can go over here where it's like $90. Man, you're talking about like there's nothing but money to be made. So that's why that's why stuff like that is slow. Those products are understood often include dual-use goods such as microchips and communication equipment. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, so this is like Russia's public spending is at unprecedented lows. At around 40% of the government budget is spent on the war. Total military spending is expected to reach more than 10% of GDP for the year. The UK figure is 2.3%. Military per munitions, blah blah blah, and the war in Russia. And it is, yeah, I was gonna say, because at that amount, if they're spending almost half their entire budget on a war, they're probably, the only reason why they're doing this is because like they just probably have just enough money in the reserves. But this is going to become a massive problem for them later if this is how much it's costing them. If it's it's going to take a while. It's definitely going to take a good while. Usually, when you're operating in the red, you have sufficient, revenue. You're looking at about like 5 to 10 years. Like 5 to 10 years. It usually takes like 5 to 10 years before some hard decisions. Assuming nothing happens, some hard decisions then need to be made. The protracted stalemate might be the only solution for Russia to avoid total economic collapse. So this is interesting. Like if we force them to have to like really burn up their money, then it would certainly be a wrap. Wow, both my heat up socks died. But oh yeah, I got the replacement rack because I thought I was gonna have to walk to get it, and for all that I'll just wrap up here. But nah, we can let me my plug here. Yeah, bro, we had so much ice cream. Feel fat, but it's okay. We was able to get through like half of that container, and we'll probably eat the other half maybe tomorrow, and then there we go, right? And then never again. And then I'll probably end up making a rule and be like, if ice cream gets left in my house again, I really do not like wasting food. That's the only reason why I'm sitting here even eating this. But I'm not about to. Like, if this was happening like a bit often, then I'd have an issue with it. But I probably just leave it be. But especially since it's not obviously like, I don't even think when's the next time this would possibly happen. It wouldn't. I don't even think for the rest of the year it would possibly happen. So I guess it doesn't matter. It's like once a year, then it's like whatever. But otherwise, I would have just made a rule and been like, look, like this this thing. I'm gonna just put this right here, so it's just in front. This thing where you just sit here and you leaving like the stuff in my house, and I don't want to throw it away, so I end up having to eat it, and it's throwing off my whole eating routine off. Making me fat than I shouldn't be. We need to yeah, this shit's gonna. I'm throwing this shit straight in the trash next time. If you're not gonna eat it, I'm throwing this shit straight in the trash. So it's best you don't waste your money buying this big container, because if you leave it here, it's going in the trash. What I would sit there and say. But okay, so we're actually going to stop here. Where do we end at? Halfway through the entire interview, or what do we got? Gaza war in Afghanistan. Oh god, this Afghanistan shit. There's gonna be something. Then what? Oh yeah, they talk about the network fault in his brain. That's gonna be lovely. Okay. All right. Let's open up. Open up DaVinci. I'm just waiting for DaVinci to open up now. Even if the captain does record alter going back to normal or slim. My ballot, I think it's like blocking the airflow on my computer and Windows. Otherwise, I don't understand why my feet's so hot. Bro, what's taking so long for this to like the load up? There it goes. I was gonna say, like, what are you doing? All right, cool. This would be regular, so I guess this would be 4K. This would be 4K. And then I need to save it as save project as okay, template copy, and then just put previous stream segments. I need to get something to drink. I think I'm gonna end up drinking another one of those Goya things. Yeah, why not? It's just because it'll be quick and something we could just get. And then this will be a whole lot of sugar, right? So I'm hoping all the sugar goes into its stores, and then like, you know, tomorrow when we get up, there's no reason why we can't work out the way we need to. And the worst part is if I sit here and I let it go, don't tell me what the hell is about that. Thank you. All right, let's start with the second. And let me just grab my drink real quick. All right. One of these babies here. Oh, man, that's good. I know it's not from a losing weight, whatever standpoint. These are my only vices right here. These Malta Goyas, man. These Maltas. Oh my God. God, man. Why is this so good to me? This is a cultural drink, all right? You can only enjoy something like this unless you're a real man or a real woman. Okay? And you're of a culture. All right, let's go through this terrible phrase of editing here. That's what I had. Fast review. What does the fast review button do? Oh no, I don't want that. That makes it impossible to actually. Yeah. Fast reverse, fast forward. All right, and oh, and you know what I should also do? I should help my ease. That was hot, man. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, it's already like that, right? Yeah. I just got to turn off. I just got to turn off the speaker. That's what I gotta do. Is that loud? All right. So that's a good question. I don't know how it does. It won't let me actually. But okay. That's cool, I guess. Uh-oh. Hold on. Jay Kushner? Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner. Isn't that, is that one of Trump's sons? Oh, man. The Justice Department is being weaponized. Now they're going after his son after, Hunter Biden been found guilty. Even though Hunter Biden was found guilty by the same Justice Department, they're still weaponizing the Justice Department. Man, I swear. These goons, man. Sorry if I'm actual. Huh, this actually might seem like something that actually worth clipping. Will let me actually. But okay. That's cool, I guess. Uh-oh. Hold on. Jay Kushner. Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner. And Shushner. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Jay Kushner. Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner. Isn't that, is that one of Trump's sons? Oh, man. And you know how they're going to spin that? The Justice Department is being weaponized. Now they're going after his son after, Hunter Biden's been found guilty. Even though Hunter Biden was found guilty by the same Justice Department, they're still weaponizing the Justice Department. Man, I swear. These goons, bro. Sorry for some actual. What else am I trying to use here? Chat thing? Yeah. Alright, okay. Jared Kushner. Senate Democrats are launching a new investigation into foreign payments made to Jared Kushner's investment firm. Senate Finance Committee, blah, 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 announced the program Wednesday saying that the panel investigated billions of dollars that Affinity Partners manages from foreign sources. Now, how problematic do you think it would be? What's crazy is that they're swearing to you up and down that Joe Biden took money from Barista and then i.e. China, like it's like a funneling scheme, so he's doing the bidding of China. And I could have promised that with the assets and stuff that Donald Trump himself had, and then the stuff is obviously his sons are got their hands in, I'm pretty sure, especially if you're going to actively involve them in the presidency. It's one thing for you to say Joe Biden was getting this stuff as the vice president. At the end of the day, like the vice president can't really do anything. The president really allows him to really do. Now, the president obviously chose the vice president as an ear to listen to and to take advice and adhere. But if I'm not mistaken, wasn't one of the famous things was that God, what was it? It was something about, it was either about the Afghan. It was either, I think it was something to do like when it was finally about to hit Osama bin Laden, something was going wrong, and Biden was like, no, don't do it. I might be getting the scenario mixed up, but the actual action is the same. Where Biden was like, don't do this, and Obama then still decided to do it, and it turned out to work or whatever. Like that's the extent of your vice presidency powers. You know what I'm saying? So it's one thing, it's one thing to sit there and say that Joe Biden was taking money from, I guess, the Chinese through like the Barista. But then to sit there and turn a blind eye to like the obvious things that would be going on with like Trump's sons being funneled money from these investments from whoever in order to potentially peddle influence directly to the president himself. Because the president, remember Trump was, everybody loved it apparently, but Trump was operating like a businessman, not as a president. And what's the things about business? It's all about the money. It's all about the favors. So what is it that they're getting into? Kushner started Affinity in July 2021, less than six months after leaving the White House as a senior advisor to former President Trump. The firm quickly attracted big-time investors in the Middle East and within weeks landed $2 billion from the Saudi public fund investment fund. Affinity continues to overwhelmingly derive the majority of its funds from the Saudi Arabian government. It's concerning several Middle Eastern governments using funds managed by Affinity as a means to pay tens of millions of dollars in fees every year to former President Trump's son-in-law. Yeah, so there's a lot of Middle Eastern money being funneled to his son. I'm curious what potentially would be the violation. So he was smart. He left the White House advisory role and then started this company in order to get the Middle Eastern money. Now, if it comes out, here's a crazy link that would be wild. Okay, I don't know the timeline, and this is not something I'm gonna look into deep. But if it ever catches my interest later on, I might look into it deep. What would be crazy would be if like he had communications from the Saudis, wanting to like do all this because they're trying to get favors. His lawyers tell him you can't do that while you're actively in the White House role. So just leave and do this and create the business, and that way you can take it. He does it. And then there's correspondence where the Saudis want his dad's ear in something.
You know what I'm saying? Because you see, in contrast to the Chinese and the barista stuff, right? This sounds like there's like a very clear, easy paper trail to find because all of this is so it would be crazy if they find any correspondence of the Saudis interacting with Kushner in order to be able to gain favor or to be able to talk to their dad, i.e. the president. And what would be damning, like beyond damning, would be if like they were to find out something like Trump actually made a deal. What was one of the somethings? Wasn't it the what accord was it? I don't blank on the word. Was it Middle Eastern Accord? Abraham Accord, right? Because wasn't that what two countries? I mean, obviously Israel, but wasn't it Saudi Arabia? I think it was Saudi Arabia. Am I not crazy? Peace among the three Abrahamic religions and all humanity. Blah blah blah. Tolerance. Blah blah blah. Wow, they all have a day when they say the Bahrain, Morocco. Oh, so okay, so there's a couple of them. So Sudan, UAE, yeah, so Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Morocco. Okay, well, it'd be crazy if if they had like some involvement in this, because you know what was interesting about the Abraham Accords? This was about establishing peace with the Middle East and Israel, but didn't include the Palestinians. And who is supportive of the Palestinians? The Iranians. Who's not supportive of the Palestinians, from my understanding, I do believe it's Saudi Arabia at the very least. And it could be not so much that they don't like the Nexus because it's supported by Iran and they don't like Iran. Blah blah blah. Let me go and adjust my AC right quick, and I'm gonna grab a drink, and then we're gonna get started into reactions. But I was just, this was interesting. I had to stop and take a look at the same time. Just doing something on my second screen. Just save playlist. Cool. Do that and okay. Now that we're back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So just fine. Can't be helped. Part of it right here. Ooh, excuse me. Golly, that one was tough.
Okay. Now that we're back, let's get some of this in, right? Let's see. So this one's Governor, whoever this is, Governor Nolan reveals what Trump told her VP is. Let's see this. Robin Goodfellow, hey, what's going on? What's up? No.
Oh, I guess. Right. So I would actually.
What's up?
I think I'd cut it right. I think I'm gonna cut it right there and then just delete that whole section. Right? Right? That's what I do, right? Okay, let's cut it, and then I want to say I can go right here, right, and then just play.
Okay. Now that we're back, let's get some of this in, right? Let's see.
Delete.
So.
Right, because then I'm just able to. I gotta. There's a thing for it. I could have sworn there's a thing for it, right? That lets you do each individual clip. Oh yeah, well, I just say render this clip and yeah, and then I can just then say add to render. Okay, yeah, so that's what it was. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, okay. So I know what I'm doing now.
Here with me now from Wisconsin, where she is campaigning for Donald Trump, is South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem. Thank you so much for being here, Governor. I want to start with what we've heard a lot of from the former president.
Yeah, I was like, this was low.
In his New York hush money trial, and that is repeatedly suggesting that he would prosecute his political opponents if he is elected. Listen to part of what he said.
It's a terrible precedent for our country. Does that mean the next president does it to them? That's really the question. And it's very possible that it's going to happen to them. Based on what they've done, I would have every right to go after them. Revenge does take time. I will say that. It does. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
Governor, is that the message you think Donald Trump should be focusing on in his campaign right now?
And now that I look back at that, you know, what's crazy is like, bro, like that's the. I think there's only one federal case, right? Everything else is state. Georgia state, the New York one was state, and then Florida's the documents case, which is the federal. Yeah, I don't know what to tell them. Okay, so here you get this. We get this right. Robert Goodfellow, thank you for the follow. I am just taking a real quick second here. I just want to make sure my audio is actually right, man, because you know we be struggle streaming a lot these days. You know, so a lot. Okay, well that audio sound good, and let me just go ahead. I'm gonna just rewind it real quick, just so I can make sure that the video playback guys can hear, and then I know for certain that this setup is straight, and I won't have any more technical difficulties for a while unless I go another long moment without streaming.
Every right to go after them. Revenge does take time.
So let's see here.
And sometimes revenge can be justified.
Governor, is that the message you think Donald Trump should be focusing on in his campaign right now?
His message has clearly been that his only vengeance will be America's success. He is not interested in going after political opponents. He is interested in going back.
Yep, that's what I thought. It sounds really low. Doesn't it sound pretty low? It sounds, man. Without you having to, obviously, like, crank up the volume here. So let me think about this one. How do I want to do this? I guess I could... Your mic is good, but the video is low. Appreciate it. Bro, I struggle streaming just will not relent. Oh wait, I wonder, could I? Is it okay? So YouTube audio is good. Hey, this is when I was checking those other. Maybe if I put the volume. It's a 2 PC setup, and it's just as always. I don't have an audio mixer, and so like I'm stuck to deal with just like however this is supposed to be manually. But I think I want to say this should be good here. This should be good. I hope this is good. We're gonna find out. We's going to find out.
Can't wait, because when I
when I
dug the stream, it would go
brush my teeth because
maxed out.
man, that
I think it might have been at
sushi
that.
hopefully that works.
Kinds of stuff like you can feel it on the teeth.
Come on.
Oh, the compressor. It was the compressor. Yeah, that just took it off.
So we can actually play back. Can I fast forward even more?
Jesus Christ! I'm never gonna get this right. This is. What is it gonna be low? Everything. All the volume things are maxed out. Is my shit tripping? You know what? I wonder if it's actually. Let me check the filter here on this.
Where she is campaigning for Donald Trump is South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem. Thank you so much for being here, Governor. I want to start with what we've heard a lot from the former president since he was found guilty in his New York hush money trial, and that is repeatedly suggested.
Bring it down. Yep, so looks good to me. All right, now we can go ahead and just get back to what we're doing. I appreciate you, man, because what these struggle streams do be something else. All right. Disable this compressor here on the sauce. I think that's actually what it was. Disable this compressor here on the sauce. I think that's actually what it was. I'm fairly certain that's probably what it was. Let me see here.
Here with me now from Wisconsin, where she is campaigning for Donald Trump, is South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem. Thank you so much for being here, Governor. I want to start with what we've heard a lot from the former president since he was found guilty in this New York Times trial. And that is repeatedly suggested.
Oh, my
So,
AC's
let's
cutting
all
on.
right,
It's
now
getting
we're
too
gonna
hot
get
up in the
into-
house.
I appreciate you, man. Because when these trouble strings be, these trouble
Do be something else. All right, let me bring that down. I got plenty of charge on that. All right. So let's see. Context to be independent, and then just say, "No, I didn't," and then pardon themselves. Then he's going to use justice. As you can see, all those statements, he's going to use Justice Department to go to go after everybody. Yeah. Oh yeah, see? Yeah, see? And so it's like this. Like one of the things that really like sold me on this, you gotta think cause like these goddamn goofy goobers sat there. If you remember the very first Republican debate, what was it? It was who'd you had? You had the Florida governor. It was the Florida governor and somebody else where these goobers said they were gonna do military action on Mexico. Let me tell you something. As a matter of fact, there was just a recent article about how there's Russian warship right now doing military exercises with Cuba. So we have this beautiful country where you have these oceans for borders, and we have only two nations that border us: Canada and Mexico, right? And then I mean, if you want to count the little islands, I guess you can say Cuba or maybe Jamaica, maybe whatever the Caribbean islands, right? But we ain't gonna go there, right? Mexico and Canada, right? And of all things, you want to conduct an actual military conflict with the one of two countries that we border, where we don't have to, we're not like the European countries and France and on all those where they gotta worry about like actual real smuggling, like weapon smuggling, like drugs coming in from like wherever different ways, because like the Mexican border, right? If we would actually fund it and police it the right way, we can actually stop a lot of inflow. But instead, we're going to do a military action, which if I was China or Russia, right, I'd be coming to Mexico and be like, hey, look, they just did a military action. They just said F you to your sovereignty, right? They all talk about being good people, but don't actually believe that stuff. Tell you what, let's do like with Cuba, right? You enter a military pact with us, right? And we promise you it won't happen again because you just let us get a little bit of land. We don't need much. We just need, a couple of like 100 miles, right? Of some barren land you got. Don't matter, it's military, right? So it could be whatever barren land you don't make no use of, right? And let us build a military base there, right? Or a port of entry, whatever it is, depending on the location, where we may or may not have nuclear weapons. I promise you they won't attack you again, Mexico, right? This is the stuff that we've gotten down to. Yeah, DeSantis and I think it might have been Vivek. It was either Vivek or somebody else, right? Bro, I was just I was just like, nah, like y'all boys are really tripping. Like if I had to choose between the two of like what's about to happen, because like the U.S. as great as the U.S. president is, he can't control everybody around the world. So that Hamas and Israel stuff, they ain't got shit to do with us. It's kind of crazy that, we did the Abraham Accords and didn't try to involve the Palestinians, just like with Afghanistan, where we did the, what was it? I forgot what the hell the name of the deal was, but we did it with the Taliban and didn't involve the Afghanistan, like, government. And then you wonder why this stuff kind of ends up being the way it is. But I'm gonna leave that be. But we're just gonna go ahead. Let's just look at some of this stuff here and see what's going on.
New York hush money trial, and that is repeatedly suggesting that he would prosecute his political opponents if he is elected. Listen to part of what he said.
It's a terrible precedent for our country. Does that mean the next president does it to them? That's really the question. And it's very possible that it's going to have to happen.
Yeah, it's the same thing like with like Ukraine. There is a lot of like monetary expense on our end going, but like to be realistic with you, like we're so shitty with like how we manage our own like our finances, where our tax dollars actually go. At least the with the exception, I think Israel's the only one where this would apply to. No. Ukraine is the one that this would initially had applied to, not Israel. Because I think Israel, we was definitely actually handing them newly crafted munitions. The thing with Ukraine was that like that initial big, like the initial half at least of the aid that we was giving them, even though like we would publicly say it was X amount of dollars, right? But that's just because people don't understand like saying like 500 pounds of World War II munition that we don't use no more. Because I believe like the first like big bulk of like what we've given Ukraine so far was just old World War. It was like old munitions and stuff that we have. We can't use because it's old or it's not in our rotation of what we currently use. We can't really get rid of it because we don't want to spend the money to actually disassemble it or safely get rid of it or whatever. So we just store it and then guard it or whatever. But yeah, I think now at the point now we're starting to give Ukraine more of like the actual stuff where it is actual real monetary value and whatnot. So yeah, Ukraine, Israel, and I mean you could technically say that with kind of like just all of foreign aid really, but I don't know. I don't have a good answer to like how that's really supposed to be played out. Israel definitely doesn't necessarily need it. If I'm not mistaken, like their defense system and like their actual, I think we only supply like it's like 10 to 20% of like their overall like military capability or something like that. So it's like it's not even like they even really need it from us. Like it seems like they'd be pretty good without it. But they're our allies and stuff, and so they sit there and try to provide aid. But
To them, based on what they've done, I would have every right to go after them. Revenge does take time, I will say that. It does. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
Governor, is that the message you think Donald Trump should be focusing on in his campaign right now?
His message is clearly been that his only vengeance will be America's success. He's not.
oh my fucking god! And this is another thing too. I have a problem with my party, bro. Why lie? What? There's some things you can say where the truth can be just as damning as the lie. Why sit there, come on national television, and sit there and say, oh, the vengeance, the only vengeance that he's talking about that he has in his mind because he ain't thinking nothing else is going to be how successful America is. Like, come on, like, don't give me that nonsense. Like, when he gets up in there, we know it's gonna be like this. If there was ever a point in time where the Justice Department has the potential to make a case, because the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that prosecution in general, right? They don't prosecute all cases. They don't have no justice system anywhere has the resource to prosecute every single crime that they come across or see. A lot of times they try to like kind of just like do whatever as quickly as possible, right? Because they're not trying to saturate the court system. Because then like your court dates, which is already crazy long, like a year, maybe 2 years or more, right? That should explode like crazy. Perfect example would be our asylum laws. Our asylum laws where like they have to sit there and they have to process every single asylum law. That's why an illegal can come into the U.S. and then they get to disappear for like 2 to 3 years without nobody coming to look for them to potentially deport them or whatever, because their court date is going to be 2 to 3 years out. This is what happens when you get saturated with cases. So a lot of times what prosecution will do is they'll sit there and look like, is this something we really want to deal with? Like the shit with Trump. The thing is with Trump, they gave this man multiple chances. They gave him multiple chances to get back the documents, for example, right? After the first couple of times. After the first time, right, you already open yourself up to being prosecuted. It just takes one time. They gave this man multiple to give these goddamn documents back, and then it was like, you know what? Forget it. And then they sat there and and now he's being prosecuted in the Florida case, which is currently stonewalled. So it's like, once he gets up in there, he's gonna be, hey, look, any of these things come up that deal with any of these people, oh yeah, that's their ass. That is their ass. I can see that. It's just.
I'm so glad I did actually say that, because I was for a second I was worried I didn't make that distinction too clear, because man, people just don't understand. Like it just doesn't work that way.
After political opponents, he is interested in going back to the White House and working for the American people and their families, bringing down inflation. Costs, and that's what I'm hearing overwhelmingly here in Wisconsin, is that this swing state is so important, and these people here, their number one issue right now is not that sham trial and not the verdict and the convictions and not what's going on as far as what a lot of people are talking about in the media. They care about what's happening to their families, how much grocery prices have gone up, how much better their lives were 4 years ago. So that's really their number one concern.
Yeah, I mean, it seems clear what you're hearing from voters that is what their concern is. But it is what we heard from Donald Trump this week over and over in interview after interview, that he is considering going after his political opponents. So should he stop doing that, given what you just said you're hearing from voters?
What he said is that he's warned the American people, if we start weaponizing the judicial system like they did against him,
God, I don't even know if I might not even finish this.
What he's talking about when he's having those discussions is that be careful what you do, because that opens the door in the future to anybody doing it, and that's what he's trying to shut down. He wants people to trust the judicial system.
Mentioned, and I do.
Right. Well, yeah. And that's always the case, right? Like, they like what was it? Goddamn. Rob anything and tell a judge do this or this, he can't act tax off on the elements. They're usually really easy to understand. It's just when you're trying to argue your way out of it that's when you really need a lawyer for. All right, I think we're gonna give this like 30 more seconds here in this video. We're gonna go to the interview. There's an interview. There was an interview I saw, or that came up. I saw of like Pierce. I don't know if you're familiar with Pierce Morgan and Candace Owens. That I really want to look at and see.
how the hell that turned out, because I know she I know she probably was like on some crazy stuff. That's my assumption. We'll see.
CNN is told that there are 7 potential Trump VP contenders receiving vetting material so far. You're not on that list. Do you have any indication that you're still under consideration to be Donald Trump's running mate?
Is this only just VP stuff now?
Get online in minutes.
And then of course we got ads, and that was loud. Good Jesus.
President Trump over and over again. He needs to pick whoever helps him in his policies. So gets up and fights for the average everyday American. That makes me
Okay, yeah. So
on that list that I just showed, there were 6 men and one woman. Women, particularly suburban women, I don't need to tell you, could play a big role in who.
Okay, yeah. She's gonna go into VP stuff. I'm not even interested anymore. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find this Candace Owens
1.5
video real quick.
Do I really wanna?
I just want to make sure. Can I? If I play this,
How much
hear nothing,
ones
right?
it cost me?
Yeah, because I got it muted. Okay, cool. All right,
Let's
so
just wait.
that'll work for that.
What is logo?
Let's see. So it's here. All right, awesome. Ooh, an hour and 20 minutes.
That's true. I think Pierce rate is like a low.
If I did it at 2x the speed. That's a long time. They don't got clips. They don't have clips of. I guess. What's the topics? What's the topic?
Oh, well, I guess
Mean
yeah, I guess it
tweets.
would
Why
be
did
important for
Candace
something like
Owens
this for
really
it to
lead
be
the Daily Wire? Ben Shapiro and drew accusations of anti-Semitism.
Potential Trump VP contenders receiving vetting material
mute
so
this?
far.
Okay.
You're not on that list. Do you have any indication that you're still under consideration to be Donald Trump's running mate?
Is this only just VP stuff now?
Get online in minutes.
And then of course we got ads, and that was loud. Good Jesus.
President Trump over and over again. He needs to pick whoever helps him in his policies. So gets up and fights for the average everyday American. That makes me
Okay, yeah. So
on that list that I just showed, there were 6 men and one woman. Women, particularly suburban women, I don't need to tell you, could play a big role in who.
okay, yeah. She's gonna go into VP stuff. I'm not even interested anymore. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find this Candace Owens. Video real quick. I just want to make sure. Can I? If I play this, they don't hear nothing, right? Yeah, because I got it muted. Okay, cool. All right, so that'll work for that. Let's see. So it's here. All right, awesome. Ooh, an hour and 20 minutes. If I did it at 2x the speed. That's a long time. They don't got clips. They don't have clips of. Hour and 20 minutes. Let's see. So it's here. All right, awesome. Ooh, an hour and 20 minutes. It's here. All right, awesome. Ooh, an hour and 20 minutes. If I did it at 2x the speed. That's a long time. They don't got clips. They don't have clips of.
Yeah, not for me for sure. I think probably should.
I guess. What's the topics? What's the topic? Mean tweets. Why did Candace Owens really lead the Daily Wire? Ben Shapiro and drew accusations of anti-Semitism. Israel, Palestine. Christians in the most persecuted world. Kanye West. The COVID vaccine. Conspiracy theories. Oh, they got Diddy. It's funny. The Diddy. That is crazy. Ukraine. I think Zelensky is a criminal. Of course. The West is failing. And then Taylor Swift is the most toxic feminists ever. Anybody got? Is there any Swifties? And Pierce Murray's, ooh, quite a lot of. Even some be construed as anti-Semitic. Okay, so there's a lot. There's a lot of actual people for Candace's side. That's interesting. Okay, well, let's. Do I wanna? Yeah,
It's a new
sure.
day
already.
Why did you leave the Daily Wire? A lot of attention has been focused on you constantly referencing Christ is King. To deliberately use that phrase was much of your characterization of me in some of those mean tweets, but that's fine. We can move on because there's a much more interesting story, I think, involving you, which has played out in the last few months, which everybody knows about. So let's just talk about that. Why did you leave the Daily Wire?
Well, unfortunately, I can't talk about the specific reasons that I left the Daily Wire, but what I can do is respond to whatever reasons were given to the public. And obviously, no sooner did we agree to leave than Andrew Klavan of the Daily Wire did an entire episode stating that the reasons that I was leaving was because I was anti-Semitic and I was engaging in a type of anti-Semitism that was hard to pin down. And that is why in my first episode of launching my independent podcast, I hit back pretty hard at him because I think it's pretty despicable, first and foremost, as a colleague who I had a great relationship with, to have engaged in that, knowing that I was not at liberty to say anything.
Oh yeah, I do remember. I don't know if you know her, big firebrand. She used to be with the Daily Wire. They parted ways, and my understanding is because she was getting a little bit too much for them when it came to what they were saying, anti-Semitic behaviors or anti-Jew stuff. I mean, it's so funny because people, they'll complain so much about free speech platforms and do this platforms, but they don't even believe that themselves. Like these companies that are ran by these people are running rampant at unis. Yeah. Because you got all the protests and stuff, and the way they handle those protests is crazy. Like I don't understand how, especially for a private university, because you best believe if I pay tuition to that school and I'm trying to go and I ain't trying to do none of that ish, and then you got people standing in my way to get the education that I paid for, and the school ain't doing nothing about it. Oh no, something about to happen, right? I ain't saying I'm not advocating for paws to be put on people, but I'm just saying like you basically robbing me of my money. It ain't gonna matter, right? I think I remember seeing one video of the guy was trying to go through, but they kept blocking him. But I think it was only blocking one exit. Like whatever, I'm just going the other way. But you best believe if that other place was blocked too, I'm gonna call the school and I'm gonna give them one chance. Hey, look, I paid tuition, I paid you for education, and you got these people here keeping me from doing it on your property. You either need to give me back my money, or you need to go ahead and you need to get these people to move, right? Because if neither one of those things is gonna happen, then I don't know what's gonna happen. I ain't gonna say what's gonna happen, but somebody's gonna have to give something. All right, and maybe that could be probably an easy lawsuit for the students against the university, right? Because then if they were cheated out of their tuition, and that'd be a huge come up. So they should have their free speech too, instead of being called Hamas supporters. Yeah, no, they definitely should. But there's a way you have to go about it. Like you cannot. Oh God, what was it? What was the specific thing about it? Like the students, like if all they were doing was like if you just had a collection of them in like some grass area or whatever, protesting like you would usually see a protest free speech stuff on. Excuse me, then that's perfectly fine, right? There's no issue with that. The problem then comes where like you start taking control of buildings, right? When you start commandeering buildings, when you start blocking entrances and exits and stuff like that, that's when now things start to become a little bit different, because that would be like. Could you imagine if people was protesting police brutality, and so like every police department they had people in front of the door so the police could come in to get their badge? I'm like that'd get wrapped up real quick. You know what I'm saying? Now if they were sitting there on the side of the sidewalk protesting, right, then won't nothing happen. I don't know why the universities handled it the way that they did. Right? They could easily, the students forced them into it. So like they had to sit there and get them removed. I mean, it just is what it is. You give them one warning. Protest what you want, do what you want. If you block this entrance to this building, right, you're gonna get expelled. I mean, it is what it is. Like you ain't getting your tuition back, but you can't stop other students who paid their tuition to come into this building. So I don't know what to tell you. Go stand over there. You can stand by the entrance. You can stand close to the entrance, but you cannot block the entrance for other people to come in and out. Period. You damn sure can't take control of an entire building. That's kind of crazy. So I mean, that's what I think is where they kind of dropped the ball on that. But that's kind of crazy. Just crazy.
I thought it was a very underhanded, disgusting tactic. And
so let's see what are well. I'm not saying this is conspiracy.
One of your experience told me when I asked him about this on Uncensored. One of the consequences of this war has been a lot of very high passions on both sides, a lot of angry disagreements. You and your company have been at the centre of a very high profile at the moment with Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired? As far as the free speech situation, I will say, that's because nobody in those positions, right, that own platform. I promise you this: if you go to Trump's what's it called? Is it True Social? If you go to this True Social platform, create an account or whatever, and then you start spreading like propaganda on how Joe Biden should be president and should win the next re-election, I promise you're going to get shut down. Like, or at the very least, if they have any type of monetization scheme going on that platform, I promise you're not going to get it. You know what I'm saying? Don't none of these people actually truly believe in free speech when it comes to their actual company platform or brand, right? At the end of the day, it's about the money. And so, like with the Daily Wire, my understanding, especially with like the two big heads of the company being Jewish, like you're not going to make it that far if you're doing anything that can be construed, whether it's reasonable or not. Anything that can be construed as anti-Jew, you're not going to be on that platform. It's just unfortunate. It's just like with YouTube, right? If you do anything on YouTube that potentially hurts their image, you're not going to be monetized. Like free speech applies to the government, it doesn't apply to private companies. Like anybody that sits there and tell you how all these people should be free speech and whatnot, they don't actually that own like social media type-ish companies. So like TBD podcast, the Daily Wire, the Tim Pool's podcast, like all these like
big giants. Honestly, like Joe Rogan, I think does actually do a good job maybe playing like in the middle. But like, none of these people truly believe in free speech because the moment you come to the platform and say anything crazy that they don't agree with, you're not going to be there. That's just what it is. Like, I don't know why it's surprised her. You know, and then the thing is, with Ben Shapiro, he's just going to say the same thing he just said. He's not in a hiring decision, so like, you know, whatever grievances you have ain't got nothing to do with him. That's just all he's going to say.
Obviously, I personally believe that media companies are healthier when you allow people to have different opinions and allow people to debate those opinions.
You having this person endangers your ability to have the money to continue to have the platform. This guy. Oh my gosh. But like, you know, he came on that platform and he was on there for a good bit. But then once the guy started really spreading like that crazy stuff, they kick him off. And it is what it is. Because like I said, when you start hurting the money, free speech goes out the window. So I don't know why they keep trying to like present this fake image. Nobody believes in free speech. They just don't. None of these people believe in free speech. They speak for him.
He made a point at the end there that any company, any private company, if it comes to free speech, is not compelled to pay people to work for them. I mean, would you accept that as a principle?
Well, what I would say then is that it just kind of runs into what is wrong. I guess what you ask is what is wrong if CNN fires somebody for having a different opinion. What then is wrong if Fox News fires somebody for having a different opinion? Your answer to that is and the companies will secure whatever system that they want and to not allow free speech. So, yeah.
I'm interested. Is it true that you signed an NDA? That's why you can't really talk about this in detail.
I cannot speak in detail about any of that stuff.
You can't even confirm when you signed an NDA.
I am not free to.
Oh, the Alex Jones trial? Oh, that shit, that was crazy. Oh my god, that thing where God, what was that? I think my favorite part of that was just the part where he was trying to make it seem like he was like crazy or he was on some drugs or something. Like there was an actual part of that trial where Alex Jones, out his mouth, was basically saying that the things he say cannot be taken seriously because he, you know, suffers, he potentially suffers. Well, he had these things going on, so it's never supposed to be taken seriously ever. Was what he was trying to argue, even though he stresses it all the time how much you should take the things he says seriously on the actual platform. It was just crazy. The crazy thing is he was like, what was he writing about specifically? I'm kind of curious what your shoot, man. We can. Let me see here. I forgot I'm using Firefox, so you can use the Firefox. Firefox is such a cool.
To not allow free speech. So, yeah.
I'm interested. Is it true that you signed an NDA? That's why you can't really talk about this in detail.
I cannot speak in detail about any of that stuff.
You can't even confirm when you signed an NDA.
I am not free to.
Oh, the Alex Jones trial? Oh, that shit.
I think right here, potentially ends. But I think that's when we look at the.
Oh, the Alex Jones trial? Oh, that shit, that was crazy. Oh my god, that thing where God, what was that? I think my favorite part of that was just the part where he was trying to make it seem like he was like crazy or he was on some drugs or something. Like there was an actual part of that trial where Alex Jones, out his mouth, was basically saying that the things he say cannot be taken seriously because he, you know, suffers, he potentially suffers. We had these things going on, so it's never supposed to be taken seriously. Even though he stresses all the time, I'm sure things seriously. It was crazy. What was he about? Alex Jones. Pretty sure. I mean, I'm not even withstanding the video, but like, I mean, like, you know, death certificates and stuff like that, and then police investigations and all that other stuff. I mean, the thing is that if you want to take a stand, it was fake if you research it. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Can I get the actual?
I guess I can.
Alex Jones trial documents, right? Plaintiffs. Yeah, here we go. Plaintiffs. How many pages?
This one.
Official release date that appears in the beginning of the opinions. The date the opinion was released as a fake opinion. How many pages is this? Oh, it's only 36 pages. That's quite at this exact moment, but I will give it a read. But what I'm just curious of seeing is I want to see here presents steps consider the scope. Record reveals upon here the relevant facts. Just whenever I read court documents, I always go through like the actual presented facts, and then if there's ever any question about them, then that's when I'll sit there and I'll try to like then go through the rest of the case. But because remember, this is a court case, right? So obviously, like anything that like they're not gonna have anything in there that couldn't be disproven, right? So like unless you're gonna, you know, it's like I'm trying to find a good example for this one. I tell you what, there was a dude named Wolfgang Abbott, and I think he won his trial. Wolfgang Abbott. Because when it comes to the I'm gonna grab that name. When it comes to the facts, if you think back, I don't know if you noticed, but like the documents case, right, for Trump, for example, for the classified documents, the federal government had a part in there where, you know, I mean, they had convincing stuff that showed that they had a recording of him showing these classified documents to somebody, and I think the guy might have even mentioned it too, but the problem is because they can't prove it, they don't have anything, because even if you could prove that he showed documents to the guy, like, you have to prove that the document he was showing was actually real. That's impossible. You're not gonna do that, and so that's why the judge, it was either today or yesterday, she had that taken out, because she was like, there's no, you know, you're not gonna be, you have no evidence to be able to prove they did this, even though, you know, let's say, you know, there's a video thing of him talking to the guy, be like, hey, you know, I could have declassified this, I didn't, or whatever, right? At the end of the day, if you can't prove it with something actual hard evidence, i.e., like, something to show that this was the actual specific document, and then he showed this specific document, then unfortunately there's nothing you can do about it. That's when you start needing a lawyer, right? Because when you start getting to those creative things, where like, even though this stuff kind of does show, like with O.J. Simpson, the glove don't fit, right? Even though you probably killed him, if you don't have that evidence, you have that 100% provable evidence, right? Where like this glove could have been worn by somebody else. You know, it's not that I couldn't fit my hand squeeze. It could have been worn by somebody else. It has to go away. You gotta take it out. That's how these court things work. So like the fact stuff, usually the fact stuff, these I know were vetted in this trial because his attorneys would have been on that, and the judge would have had had it kicked out. You can't introduce something that you have no evidence for. Let's see. The records reveal the following relevant facts. What is it? I think it's standing. Standing to show proof that you were harmed, and you have to show something that materially shows that you was potentially harmed. I think that's what it's called. Record to reveal the following relevant facts and procedural history. And then while I'm doing that, can I paste this? This guy. Record. Let's see. 6 staff members in the National School of Circus Theory question the circumstances surrounding the hoax in response to statements made by Jones and other individuals featured. The plaintiff brought 3 separate civil actions against the defendant in 2018. The complaints alleged counts of invasion of privacy by false light, defamation, and defamation per se, intentional infliction of emotional distress. And wasn't there? I think I might even seen it too. I think there was a segment on Alex Jones' podcast where I think he was like actually identifying some of these people. Like he was straight up identifying some of these people. You see, this is what gets you in trouble right here. Okay, you can say something was a hoax, sure, right? You can sit there and you can say like, oh, they're probably lying about this or whatnot, right? It's not until you start doing something that directly links to direct harm of a specific person to where it becomes a problem. That's usually where you'll get caught up in a civil lawsuit, right? If you say something that can be directly linked to some type of harm to the other person, that is the key for a civil lawsuit to take place. This is why you got defamation. This is why when Fox News said that was having all these people that kept saying that the voting machines was rigged and stuff, right? Why Fox News? Because if Fox News was telling the truth and they wouldn't have to worry about it, right? They could have just went to court, but they settled for a hell of a lot of money outside of court because the evidence was just too overwhelming that they were lying. And so that is how you get caught up in these civil suits. So I think it sounds like to me like this is about the whether the shooting happened or not. He might have actually said something. I do believe he said something that was like of direct harm to these individual people, and that's what the problem was. Complaints claim violations of Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, general statutes, blah blah blah. November 20, the defendant filed special motion to dismiss the plaintiff's complaint pursuant to anti-SLAPP law. Yep. In order to respond to the special motions to dismiss the plaintiff moved for limited discovery. Plaintiffs argued that they had demonstrated good cause to entitle them to specific. Yep. Oh yeah, the anti-SLAPP. Anti-SLAPP is very specific to these types of claims, right? Because typically, if somebody says something you don't like, then you can sue them. And then that's when anti-SLAPP comes into play, because anti-SLAPP makes you stop. It makes it that if you don't have anything real, then you're just doing this to try to shut the other person up. And so, then they'll throw the case out. Makes sense. I think you just named the people. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm telling you, you will save yourself so much trouble by the love of God. Do not do anything or say anything that can be proven to have put somebody's life in danger, their money in danger, right? Because if I say, you know what? I don't know if you was paying attention to the Kendrick Drake beef thing, for example. Let me here's the perfect. It would help if you know this, but if anybody that might be somebody that might be familiar with the Kendrick Drake beef, it goes like this, right? If Kendrick kept sitting there and saying that Drake was doing all these peddler activities, right? I call it peddler, right? Instead of the peddler, right? And then he uses Drake's actual house, because for an album cover or a song cover for one of those songs, he used Drake's actual house, which was actually had like I think the street name or whatever it was, right? And then he had fake sex offender pins all over the house, right? He did that, kept saying this man is a peddler doing all this stuff, right? And then you got all this information coming out, and then later on, Drake's house got shot up. I think it might have been like a week or two later or something like that. I promise you, like the beef right at that moment for Kendrick's side. Because if he had somebody smart, potentially a lawyer, I would like to hope, on his side, he would have told him that, look, right, you wasn't the direct reason why this man's house just got shut up. But let me just explain to you what's just happened, right? You've been saying this man was a peddler, right? You've been saying all these things. You're getting all these people that's vibing to your music saying that he's a peddler. You showed his man's house, the actual location where he lives, with sex offender pins everywhere, and then reiterating that he's a peddler. Then somebody comes and shoot up his house, right? If at any point in time they find this person and it's that he was listening to your music or believed in the things you said and then went and did these things, right? I'm not saying that he has a strong case, but he has a pretty good case to take you to court if you don't stop this issue right now. And then the defense, right? That's how it is. If you the pizzeria, I don't know if you remember the conspiracy of the Washington pizzeria that was skinning children, right? And then somebody actually had the pizzeria trying to find these children. Like, bro, like I'm telling you, if you spread anything that materializes in some way that harms other people, right, you can be sued. And the one danger, the Pizzagate. And the one danger, I don't think people understand. The one danger about civil suits like that is that those can't be you can't. There's no relief for them, right? Like, it's not like you get a loan, right? You buy a house, you can't pay your loan no more, so you file for bankruptcy. You got credit card, you file for bankruptcy, right? You try to start a business, and then business goes to shit. You file for bankruptcy, right? Like all of that, you got your oh shit kind of thing to get out of those things, right? It's gonna follow you for like 10 years, but at least you got out of it. Civil suits, those can't be. My understanding, I could be wrong in this, right? I could be wrong in this. My understanding, based off of like how the law is written and whatnot, bankruptcies cannot push off any liabilities you owe when it comes to civil suits. So if somebody sues you in court and they sue you for $1 billion, and you try to you can't pay this, right? And you file for bankruptcy because you can't pay it. The government. Yeah, there's always the government always got some crazy ish that they got going on. I will say this too though, that what state was Sandy Hook in? Let me duplicate this tab real quick. What state was the Sandy Hook in? My thing is it's just that a lot of the stuff usually Connecticut. Sandy Hook shooting. What state are we? Do they have the? Oh cool. Oh cool. Nice. Show me what position is best right now. Actually find it. Oh, so I think that is Connecticut, right? Yeah, I believe that should be Connecticut. Yeah, right next to New York, right? Yeah, Connecticut. I don't remember Connecticut was right named. But sometimes too, it'd be more of the states that be just having some crazy shady stuff going on. Florida times why? He denied charge. Oh, yeah, this is the guy. Wolf. Is the Wolf guy? Is he one of the guys that had one of the lawsuits? Let me see. Lawsuit. I don't remember. Arrested. Allegedly accused of copy. Oh wait, was he? Wait, who was he arrested by? Was he arrested by the federal government? Was it the state? Was arrested money after allegedly harassing families associated. That's that problem, man. I'm telling you. The moment you start actually doing something directly to these people becomes a problem. This is in Florida? Oh no, he was in Florida when he got arrested. Okay. Arrested and charged with unlawful possession of personal identification. That's wild. How did you get caught? How do you get caught carrying personal identifiable information that you shouldn't have? I mean, I really don't even know you get caught unless you get traced because you access a system you shouldn't have access. But if somebody just came up to me and just handed me some information, Yeah, like that's the thing. You can say what you want. Just don't do not identify people and do not
Oh my
say
God.
anything that could mess up their money. If they're famous people, right? You know that's.
I'm not gonna you know, I might even have to clip that. Like, bro, how did you get caught having personal identifiable information with somebody? It's like, I was like, huh? That can't be right. Guys, he one of the guys that is usually the best way to actually find it. Bro, what state is it? Oh, so it is. I think that is Connecticut, right? Yeah, I believe that should be Connecticut. Yeah, right next to New York, right? Yeah, Connecticut. I don't remember if Connecticut was like right leaning, but sometimes too, like it be more of the states that be just having like some crazy like shady stuff going on. Florida Times. Why is Penny Hook denied charge? Oh yeah, this is the guy. Woof. Is he one of is the Wolf guy? Is he one of the guys that had one of the lawsuits? The guy. Wolf. That's why. Fanny Hook denied charge. Oh yeah, this is the guy. Wolf. Is he one of is the Wolf guy? Is he one of the guys that had one of the lawsuits? Let me see. Lawsuit for possession of personal identification. Possession of personal identification. That's wild. How did he get caught? How do you get caught? How do you get caught carrying personal identifiable information that you shouldn't have? I mean, yeah, like. Yeah, I really don't even know how you get caught because unless you get traced because you access a system you shouldn't have access. But like if somebody just came up to me and just like handed me some information, yeah, like that's just the thing. You can say you say what you want, just don't do not identify people and do not say anything that could mess up their money. If they're famous people, right, you know, that's where that famous word allegedly comes along, right? Because it's not that you can't talk about it, you can't you cannot say that such and such happened and you have no proof. If you say such and such happened, you better have the proof to stand on it, because if you get sued, if you can't show why you believe that this is true, and it's something that a group of reasonable people will look at and be like, oh yeah, if I saw this, I would have believed he did this too, right? If you can't come to that conclusion, then you shouldn't be. Don't do it. Just don't. Such and such happen and mess up their money. If they're famous people, right, you know, that's where that famous word allegedly comes along, right? Because it's not that you can't talk about it, you can't you cannot say that such and such happened and you have no proof. If
you have no proof, this one's stuck right there.
If you say such as happened and you have no proof.
No proof for here. You say such and such happened and you have no proof. No proof. What would I say? I'm trying to think. I guess I could put, right, I think I can, what I can do is I could put a title. If I put a text title above this one here, right, and then just stretch it and just say, just gotta open this up some. What just happened? I zoomed this shit up all the way. You don't want that. I just want, come on. Stop. Yeah, I just wanted to get the whole thing here. Alright, I can disable the video track. And then on this, I'll just put, what's it called? I don't even know what I'd even call it. Oh yeah, this will just be separate clip wolf guy. Yeah, that look like that'll work. That way, like only when I do the rendering, I don't have to worry about seeing that trying to manage. But then when I'm actually doing the things, I'll see it, and I'll be like, oh, I need to go over here and check and see what this is. Then I look and I'll be, oh, that's that. Then I could go back and then be like, okay, I need to render just this specific clip here, right? Which is this. So if I say render this clip, right, then that's when I can go back here and I could be like, all right, what's this? This is, oh yeah, this is that. And then I come back and then I'll be like, boom, add it, add it render, that looks it looks good to me. It do. Ooh, man, it looks good to me. I'm looking at the time and I'm just like sitting here like thinking to myself, is there, I'm gonna give it until like I actually get all 20 these things here, right? So it's what, 25? That's what? That's 13, so 13 battles. Yeah, free stations so far. Okay, so we're good there. Any hook denier charge. Oh yeah, this is the guy. Any hook denier. If you say such and such happened, you better have the proof to stand on it, because if you get sued, if you can't show, we get a date. It is. And so let's see. Convincing evidence was that the school was not in use. It had flooding damage and was generally unkept. What is it now? Let's look and see. Sandy Hook, flooding. Sandy, and is it? God, it's Connecticut. Sandy Hook, DT, flooding. All right. CT, fact sheet, study area, New Jersey, Atlantic Coast, Sandy Hook's military. Hurricane damage exposes Sandy Hook's military pass. After Hurricane Sandy blew through Sandy Hook, officials surveying the damage found exploded shells. Yeah, definitely link it for sure. I'll definitely take a look. I'm kind of curious now. Basement. Sandy Hook DT. Am I like tripping? Elementary school. Oh, nice. They have a conspiracy theory section here. Oh, I gotta go back. Conspiracy theory section. Conspiracy claims. United States government involvement. Some conspiracy theorists claims that the shooting was a hoax and a false flag operated by the United States government. Others say the attack is being used by politicians to push through new gun control legislation. Wait, what? When did the Sandy Hook shooting occur? Am I wrong about my timeline? Sandy Hook shooting date. Okay, yeah, December 14, 2012. That's when it happened. Okay. Huh. Lawyers and other dentists known for promotion of Barack Obama. Citizenship. Yeah, the birth of conspiracies was quoted as asking.
Naturalized U.S. citizen? What did I do? I took an oath. And even when I became a teacher and a school administrator, I took an oath. Ladies and gentlemen, I travel this country from one end to another. I get hired by school superintendents and school board members to look at their schools and come up with emergency management plans.
I'm biased on this, right? I just want to. I'm gonna go through this and see what he got. My just contention with that is just that, like, morality. I always hate arguing morality because, like, if it's not in black and white, like, you can't say what the person should have or shouldn't have did, because you best believe, like, if I get a call, just hell, like, if you work in a job where, like, your boss tries to call you because, like, somebody called out and he needs somebody to come in,
you're not obligated to go up there. So that's why I'm like, you know. But and I'm trying my best not to nitpick, but I think it's important because like when you're making an argument, and this is the thing where I see kind of the fail a lot on our side. Like if you're gonna make an argument, especially if it's for something important, you want to stick to only the facts, because if you start putting in too much other stuff that gets picked apart easily, then even if all the other stuff you're saying is true, it can make the presentation that what you're arguing might not actually be legit. Like when they were saying like Biden was apologizing to the illegal immigrant that like killed that one girl because he didn't want to call them illegal, so he was apologizing to them. Like that was the story that's being portrayed. Like that, to me, that's crazy, right? Why not just say that he was apologizing to calling illegal immigrants illegals, but didn't want to get the girl's name right? Instead, they had to twist the story, say he's apologizing directly to the person that killed her, right? When the truth is just as good, right? Just as good as what it is you're trying to portray. That's why I'm always a bit nitpicky on these things. You know what I'm saying? Like you need your evidence to be rock solid. You don't want it to get picked apart easy, because if you got something good, if you got too much crazy stuff around it that looks crazy, then it won't matter. That's just my only problem with it. So let's see what he got. Going through like all the schools and stuff. One sec. This guy's the whole thing. Just take quick.
Who shared with you?
Doing journalism, and he doesn't think it's background cause panic. Does that so many people die in the crush?
That's what I was trying to find that word. I was like, bro, what is that word called?
Municipal code. Okay, here we go. Cause occurred in 1980 child that was charged with violation of espionage, anti-war speech, delivered. Constitution. The Constitution provides that there shall be no abridgment of. I'm gonna try and like deactivate everything and then see if that works. If that doesn't work, then yeah, I guess it is what it is. But all right, so I deactivate that, then I reactivate that. Okay, cool. For the Elgato, right? Let me deactivate. Hold on. We're gonna take a look at that becomes a problem. So him, it doesn't. It looks like inciting is the word. I forgot it too. My delay is like 10 minutes. Bro, am I getting okay?
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
There
this.
we go.
Hold on. One sec. We gonna hold on.
Out of sync is crazy.
I'm gonna try and like deactivate everything. Deactivate that. It necessarily does it. For you in particular. For my don't do that. Then it doesn't look like this guy. It doesn't look like this guy got packed up for site. Yes, this is true. I could just as easily go to another web. It doesn't look. It looks like.
I was gonna look as we have finished this.
Inciting is the word. I forgot it too. My delay is like 10 minutes. Bro, am I getting okay? Let me see this. Hold on. One sec. We gonna hold on.
Do I want to try and like?
We're gonna.
You want to try the YouTube video and see if the YouTube video
delay.
I mean,
all I'm.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I guess. I'm sitting here I'm really like sitting here thinking to myself like, do I really want to even attempt to go through this? Fucking A, man. Let me see. Hold on. I'm pulling up YouTube. So this was what's it called? This was a video from my main streaming platform that I used to then like regurgitate the stream to the others. I don't know why it did that, but okay, this one must be it here. 5 hours. 5 hours and 13 minutes. No, this is definitely it. Okay. If I was to attempt to play this. Go here.
Oh, yeah, that's just the intro. I just had the microphone muted for like the first 10 seconds. But the part I'm going to be interested in is I could probably just look at my thing here and see what time code that is. What time code is this? 322. 322, we're looking at an unsynced. Finally about to hit Osama bin Laden. Something was going wrong. And Biden was like, no, don't do it. I might be getting the scenario mixed up, but the actual action is the same. I see. If anybody can reasonably say that it led to a problem on somebody else where somebody was harmed in some kind of way, then that's when it becomes a problem. That's what that theater thing is, right? Because like somebody yelling in the crowd of theater that there's a fire when there isn't one, and somebody actually dies because everybody panics, right? Then that becomes a problem. So him, I'm gonna get these right someday. Okay. Let me just start downloading. Oh, hold on. No. Don't. Why would it do that? Why would it download? Bastard. Like, don't do that. Don't download what I asked me where to put it at, because there's no way this should eat up my space quickly. It's 6 hours? Was it 5 hours? 5 hours video, I noticed like at least like 20 gigs. Or about 20 gigs. Somewhere around 20 gigs. So, okay. I want to do, hold on, I'm making a folder right now that I'm putting in because I need to put it on my external hard drive, not my PC here. I think still going on here. Yes. They look like they're doing good over there. Okay, produce, no, raw. My raw footage one, and then string recordings. And then, which one was this? I'm saying it like I can't just look at this and see. Which one do I have? The 12. Okay, so 12 June, we'll say 12 June 24. And then I'll just put YT for YouTube. Alright. Unknown time left. 1 point. If the YouTube thing has it at exactly 2 gigs, that'll be crazy. That'd be crazy. Is my stuff? I gotta do a quality comparison. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into details and I'm gonna see what's the specifics. There's no way I can go from a 20 gig video to a 2 gig video. Same length and everything. That's crazy. I don't believe that 1 second. We're gonna find out though. So that's because obviously it's 2 gigs. So if it's a 2 gig, it says it'll be done. I got a minute left before like that video is done downloading. So hold on. Use this. Do this. What better yet, really? Because I don't know. Do this. All right, and then now you go ahead and you do whatever you want to do. Increase base sense 20%, increase down stop time 60%. Well, I mean, it's just why am I calling my tick on it? How much longer we got? 10 seconds left? 13 seconds left. 13 seconds. All right. We're good. Well, she's still at 15, but the other one's at like 7. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad considering that they're very low. Like these are very low level like enemies. That's why they're dying so quickly. Okay, cool. It's all right. It's done there. So look. So this is the original video. It's 18 gigs big. Here's the YouTube video. It's only about 2 gigs big, right? So if I sit here, let me get media info. And let me see if it'll let me open up another instance. After this, we're gonna wrap up the stream because I'm already like annoyed at the fact that we got their restream videos like out of sync for whatever reason, but the YouTube one isn't. And I don't know if maybe that's just like a hardware thing where like it's actually not out of sync and it's my hardware that's messing up. Okay, so here's the original. That's the original. Bottom one is the YouTube. Okay, so same kind of codecs, writing application, Google. First video stream 8,000 kbs per second. 800 kbs per second. 3 reference, 4 ref frames. They dropped my audio down from 48 to 44, 274 to 128. Okay, so there's definitely compression of some sort going on here. So let's see. So like my original, I mean both MP4, so that's a bit concerning. Same version, MP4 2. Although this one, although the original has like, what is it, MP40, no, has MP41 and ISO 2, okay. Duration, it's the same duration, variable. Okay, overall, frame rate 30 frames per second. What? So that's why. See, I keep myself at 60. Although I guess the argument can be made by the content obviously I have is not I guess 30 frames is technically fine, but why is it at 30 frames? I was going at 60. Let me just click back on my YouTube thing real quick. Is that just because it's like, you know, what is it, like a new account or whatever, right? So it's not like allowed to do like 60 for a live stream. Standard features, intermediate, over 15 live stream, blah blah blah. Excuse me. Embed live streams. Channel history, intermediate video verification, valid IDs, eligible to apply for monetization, blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know why my it's kind of wild. I'd have to look that up later. But yeah, I mean that'd obviously be right because that's like, I mean that's half, right? So we go from about 20 to 10, but then like how does it cap the rest? Well, I mean it does 800 kbs per second while this one's 8,000. I need to compress it. Let's just say that's probably just like how good it just compresses, right? Because when we looked at the quality of the YouTube video, it didn't look like it was all that bad. I'm just closing these now because I'm getting ready to wrap this up. I just want to do like a quick like comparison look. If I have VLC, this with VLC. Oh, it's just because I got it low. Precise. Did not violate FOIA's Act. The following one of the complaints hereby dismissed. At about 36. Yeah, I wish they'd be a little bit more clear about this. I'm gonna have to actually read this. Or no, or is this about the? Or is this also about the appeal?
No.
That was heard. Oh yeah, this off the bat it already looks a little bit more blurry. That's funny.
Education that I paid for.
Audio sounds better. A little bit. Have court. Yeah, off the bat it looks
no
way,
shot he
way
beat
much
that.
blurred. Well, growing pains of doing this, but I quit for the day because I gotta get up in the morning, and I gotta do my hygiene. All I gotta do is just brush my teeth. I already showered earlier, so I don't have to worry about that. But I'll remember. Let me just throw that video in there. I don't even need to open up the folder. I just go to recent. Go here. And I was like, why is it not letting me? I need you over here first, and then I need you at about the 30 range. Saying it like I can't actually just go to, there you go, about right here, right? I disable this video track real quick. Okay, so that's right there. So I did cut. So we're looking. Okay, yeah, we're going, there we go. We're going about right here. Maybe mute this. Like that. Okay, I'm just curious if it's a me thing. See, that's that problem, man. I'm telling you. The moment you start actually like doing something directly to these people, it becomes a problem. This is in Florida? Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. I could probably just take the audio, right? Couldn't I just take the audio from this video and then just, yeah, I could take the audio from the YouTube video and then just spice it. Yeah. Yeah, y'all got me thinking. Yeah, there we go. But I mean, I'll unfortunately have to undo the edits. Let me think about this. I would have to undo the edits, undo the cuts, splice the video, redo the cuts. And the problem is at the moment I do that, I can't redo the cuts because the moment I try to also include the other videos, consider a new action. So every action that was supposed to precede it would no longer exist. So I would have to start from scratch. Well, I have to do it manually. I'm gonna have to do it from scratch. My brain hurts. Maybe after I go to sleep and wake up, I'll be a little bit smarter about what exactly I'm supposed to do. But we're gonna go ahead and end it here. Oh, cool. And this was the last. This was the last one anyway. Haha, nice. Yeah, no. For everybody that was stopping by for the stream, like I said, it was a bit of a slow one today, but it was still pretty good. We'll finish that RFJ, what is it? RJK, RFJ, RKJ. Why am I not RFK Jr.? RFK, it is RFK. Yeah, we'll finish the RFK interview another time. Because I think I'm not going to stream for like the next 2 days. Because I think I'm going to just finish what's it called? Ugh. Oh jeez, this is my first time seeing that at all. Yeah, I want to be able to actually finish these splices, so I need to stop adding more work. Let's finish these splices and then I'll be caught up because I'm behind on these. I just finished some of the business stuff, most of the business stuff. Still got a few more business things to do, but I've got to stop adding work and actually just lock in and just do stuff. It's hard to do stuff and then do the streams because I tend to get distracted. So, yeah, cool. So this just finished. So go ahead, we'll kill that. Yeah, I'll go ahead and save this. Oh, because once I'm done with these splices, then I need to clean my computer. Alright, because I got so much stuff over the year or so that's just like all over the place. I need to start I can at least clear my downloads folder and just put stuff where it needs to be, and my temp folders and put stuff where it needs to be. I should be good. Oh, I'm about to hit the note. Look at that. I'm about to hit that note. Look at, oh god. Alright, that's enough for me. Yep. But thank you to all that stopped by. This was fun. We'll see what we got going on. You guys take care. I'm pretty tired. Brush my teeth and go to sleep. So now what I'm gonna do is I can't use, of course, because I can't use this browser. I have to use this browser. Let's shoot for, if I lock in, today's Monday, so if I do Monday night, Tuesday night of trying to like do the video things, let's shoot for Wednesday. Let's say this Wednesday we'll you know, we will get back to streaming that way, because I feel like the video cutting thing, especially if I actually start like cutting through, it'll probably only take me like that night, and then maybe Tuesday night to like kind of just like fix up some things, and then I could spend Tuesday night cleaning up stream features. Yeah, Wednesday. Let's go for Wednesday. So with that being said, you guys take care. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sleep.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
Thank you again, everybody that stopped on by.
Bye.